Hello, I'm late. Oh no, I'm sorry. Hello. What is up? Welcome back. Can you guys see me, hear me? We good? Let me say hi to everyone. I'm gonna try to screen share from this screen, not this one today. So let's see how that works. Let me know when I'm reading the document. Hello, Debbie. Hello, Gypsy. I see Mary. Hello, Mary. Just got off. Yeah, I saw that. I was gonna hop on over there, but I still haven't watched the documentary, so I need to get on that. Maybe tonight. Patty Sturgis. Hello. Pantera, what's up? Hi, Widow. Good to see you. Good to see you here, Widow. Hi, Scott. And hello. Who am I missing? Did I get it? Augie. Hello, beautiful Augie. Hello. Okay, we're back to reading. If you missed part 1 yesterday, we're covering the Gabby Petito case. We did medical examiner report, body cam, and we started part 1 of the investigative report for Moab Police Department. We're going to finish that today, hopefully. Still a little long, but I'm going to try. I'm determined to get through it. This is just part 2. I have all of the documents regarding the Gabby Petito case. So we're going to be deep diving that here in the next few weeks. We just started this weekend, but it's going to last probably a few weeks because I have a lot of stuff to go through. But we're still going to cover other true crime cases while doing the Gabby Petito deep dive. So we're going to do Gabby, and then I'll have another new case tomorrow night. So don't worry, we have enough time for true crime. Dr. Panda, good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, let me pull up the report. Okay, we left off. And welcome. Hello, I'm being rude to you guys. I'm sorry. All new viewers, hello. I gained a lot of subs last night on the Melly After Dark. So welcome to my channel if you're watching. Thank you for being here, all of you. Okay, so we got through the statements. Now we're going to get to this part. Hey, Cat Randall. Hello. Welcome. Hello, Smog Dog. Good to see you. Okay, I'll get started. Moab City Domestic Violence Policy. I will detail Moab City Domestic Violence Policy section by section below. I will not provide a response to the generalities of the policy, but when it talks about specifics of the policy, I will provide a response as it relates to the specific case and investigation. The purpose of the policy is to provide the guidelines necessary to deter, prevent, and reduce domestic violence through vigorous enforcement and to address domestic violence as a serious crime against society. The police specifically addresses the commitment of this department to take enforcement action when appropriate, to provide assistance to victims, and to guide officers in the investigation of domestic violence. That was sustained. We're reading through the investigative report. This investigator was hired to investigate Moab City Police Department when a complaint was filed. I'm assuming it was probably the Petito family complaint, maybe. I'm not sure. And they're just basically going over things that they failed to do and did do and didn't do in the incident with Gabby and Brian when they got pulled over before she lost her life. It's a very sad case. And just a friendly reminder, I don't have to worry about any one of you guys that I know here, but we are respectful to the victims here and their families, and that's important to me. So we can have our own opinions. I love a good discussion, if you know me, and we love to go through documents here. So with that being said, we just want to keep the Petito family in mind. They are on social media and stuff, so just be as respectful as possible. And there's no reason not to, right? Domestic violence is a serious issue. Let's move on. Domestic violence includes any crime the individual threatened or attempted violence or physical harm of a cohabitant. Domestic violence also includes committing or attempting to commit any crime listed in the Utah Code against another. The Moab City's police response to incidents of domestic violence and violations related court orders shall stress enforcement of the law to protect the victim and shall communicate the philosophy that domestic violence is a criminal behavior. It is also the policy of the department to facilitate victims and offenders access to appropriate civil remedies and community resources whenever feasible. And that was sustained by the police department. The investigation of domestic violence cases often places officers in an emotionally charged and sometimes highly dangerous environments. No provision of this policy is intended to supersede the responsibility of all officers to exercise due caution and reasonable care in providing for the safety of any officers and parties involved. That was unfounded. The officers conducted a roadside interview that lasted just over an hour regarding this incident. Despite the emotionally charged environment, the officers spent a significant amount of time investigating the incident and did so with the professionalism, empathy, and respect. The officers took caution in providing for the safety of themselves as well as Brian and Gabby. We've been having a good discussion, whether we think that they did what they were supposed to do or whether it was inevitable, right? I don't know. I have my opinions. We know this. Calls of reported threat and imminent or ongoing domestic violence and the violation of any court order are of extreme importance and should be considered amongst the highest priorities. That includes incomplete 911 calls. That was unfounded. We'll get through the statements and then it starts going into, the rest of the story. It is clear from this time this incident was reported, dispatched, and investigated that the incident was handled as a high priority call, which is evidenced by the quick response of law enforcement by multiple agencies to locate and investigate the incident. The call was received at 16:39 hours and law enforcement had located the involved vehicle and parties by 16:44 hours. The last officer on scene, Officer Robbins, cleared the call around 18:04 hours. When practicable, officers should obtain and document statements from the victim, the suspect, and any witness, including children in and around the household or location of the occurrence. That was sustained. There are 2 witnesses redacted, in addition to those involved in the altercation, Gabby and Brian. Officers were able to obtain verbal statements from Brian and Gabby. Officers were also able to obtain a verbal and written statement from redacted, who was on the scene where the originating incident took place. Officers had a brief verbal statement via the 911 call from another witness, redacted, who was not followed up with by law enforcement. The officers didn't have access to the 911 call, but they did have immediate access to the dispatch notes while the call was active. It was surprising to me that redacted wasn't contacted, as Officer Pratt requested redacted's information from dispatch, and dispatch provided the number of redacted to Officer Pratt over the radio. The information would have also been heard or should have been heard by Officer Robbins. In a subsequent interview with Officer Pratt, he described what was happening when he requested redacted's phone number. Officer Pratt stated he had responded to the Moonflower to meet with redacted and was there relatively quick following the reported incident. According to the dispatch log, I believe Officer Pratt arrived at the Moonflower between 16:41 and 16:43 hours. Officer Pratt stated he pulled up and started walking around, expecting witnesses to come to him with information. Officer Pratt said it was weird, as everyone was acting like nothing had happened and nobody expected to see law enforcement show up. Officer Pratt was starting to think that maybe the incident occurred elsewhere because nobody was saying anything. Officer Pratt said he was walking back to his car when he requested redacted's number because he couldn't find redacted at the scene. Seconds later, redacted walked up and asked if Officer Pratt was there because of the domestic. At that time, Officer Pratt collected details from redacted about the white van that could help differentiate it from other white vans in the area. Officer Pratt also collected redacted's information to follow up with later, as Officer Robbins had located the wanted vehicle and Officer Pratt needed to respond to that location. So the 2 main officers that were on scene were Officer Robbins, Officer Pratt, and the park ranger from, I believe she's a park ranger. I'm not sure if she's one of, like, a cop as well. Melissa Hull, I think her name was, from the body cam yesterday, the female body cam. After observing all the reports, dispatch log, and body-worn camera in this case, it was practicable for the officers to follow up with the reporting party, redacted, who called 911. With that said, Officer Pratt's interview with Gabby highlighted a statement made by redacted. Brian assaulted Gabby, and Gabby's response to that was, "I definitely hit him first." Officer Pratt called the second witness after Gabby made this statement, and that witness account was similar to Brian and Gabby's statement. It would be purely speculative to try and explain what could have or might have changed, if anything, by by officers reaching out and speaking to the original reporting party. It's important in any investigation to interview and have statement by all of those who are involved to better form a conclusion and to help guide the investigation for a better understanding of what actually happened. This would be especially important if there was a witness statement that was made what had conflicted with other statements that were obtained. The fact that redacted has still not been contacted and a statement has still not been obtained from him is concerning. Hello, Natasha, good to see you. Hello, number 7. I have to come back and read the chat because I'm reading. How did you, oh. Good to see you, Natasha. We're continuing the footage or the document from yesterday. Ooh, okay, I have to get on that, number 7. I have to get on that. Oh yeah, it is his birthday. Yeah. It was practicable for officers to at least attempt to call the original reporting party, and despite Gabby's response to part of redacted statement, and despite the statements made from Gabby, Brian, and redacted, it's impossible to state or know whether or not anything would have changed the outcome of the investigation through speaking with redacted. As far as the documentation of the statements made, both Officer Pratt and Officer Robbins completed reports documenting their interactions regarding this case. They have also both discussed the information they obtained independently from those involved when trying to decide what actions to take. Let's move on to the written report. Officer Pratt. Officer Pratt played an integral role in the investigation, yet Officer Pratt's written report doesn't reflect that. Officer Pratt spent a significant amount of time with Gabby, and he also had a conversation with one witness, redacted. Officer Pratt's time with Brian was much more minimal, and very little of his conversation with Brian was regarding Brian's statement of what happened. In Officer Pratt's report, he states that he had spoken with Brian, Gabby, and redacted, and stated that they all three gave similar and consistent stories. Officer Pratt then describes the incident in very little detail about what he understood had happened based on all 3 stories. Although I would agree their stories were similar, when it comes to documenting an incident and the statements from those involved, it's important to differentiate who said what so it's clear what was similar and consistent and what wasn't. This should include the who, what, when, where, how, and why, as that information could play a role in determining the predominant aggressor. There was also no documentation describing the injuries Officer Pratt observed specifically on Gabby. There are statements made in Officer Pratt's report that require further follow-up. Officer Pratt states, "It wasn't clear, but I believe it was reported that the male had been observed to have assaulted the female." This thought presumably came from the 911 caller, redacted, and was reported through dispatch notes as well as to the responding officers through dispatch radio. So someone told him that they saw Brian obviously assaulting Gabby, but then Gabby ends up being the main aggressor. Officer Pratt additionally documents in his report that Brian grabbed Gabby's face, and pushed her back. After Officer Pratt documents both incidents, 911 caller stating male was assaulting female, and Brian grabbing Gabby's face and he pushed her. It's then documented in his report, no one reported that the male struck the female. So he lied. After Officer Pratt documents both incidents, 911 caller stating male was assaulting female and Brian grabbing Gabby's face and pushed her, it is then documented in his report that no one reported that the male struck the female. But there was a 911 call, right? Hey, ATS. Hey, Stormy. Yeah, right, Kat. It was, I know, Augie, it was Maddie Soto's 13th. That's so sad. Happy birthday, little Maddie. Yeah, this is messed up. Every time I read these documents. Applicable interview responses. I asked Officer Pratt what wasn't clear when he documented in his report that it wasn't clear, but I believe it was reported the male had been observed to assaulted the female. Officer Pratt said, I wrote this report after the incident was completed, and by the time the incident was completed, I knew I had one person saying the opposite of another person, and those are my two independent witnesses. So to me, that's why I would have written it wasn't clear. I clarified with Officer Pratt that the statements made were clear, but what actually happened wasn't. Officer Pratt said again when his report was written, it still wasn't clear to me because I had two witnesses saying opposite things. So therefore, I don't think it could be clear to the reader. I asked Officer Pratt how he came to the conclusion in his report that nobody reported Brian struck Gabby. Officer Pratt said he spoke to Brian, Gabby, and redacted, none of who reported this. Officer Pratt said by the time he was able to write his report, he recalled that he had 3 people all stating the opposite. Officer Pratt said in order for him to get access to the dispatch audio from the original caller, redacted, that information had to be formally requested and would take time. Officer Pratt said when he was writing his report, he was questioning himself on if he had even heard the original report from dispatch correctly due to the 3 statements he had being contradictory to what he remembered hearing from the dispatch. That is like confusing. It sounds like a bunch of BS. I asked Officer Pratt again about the statement in his report about nobody reporting Brian had hit Gabby, despite the statement from Gabby that Brian had grabbed her face and caused a scratch. I asked Officer Pratt if he didn't consider someone grabbing a face, quote unquote, strike or a quote unquote hit. Officer Pratt said he didn't consider a grab to be either of those. Why is he like determining? We know he was trying to be like a therapist there. We know he was unprofessional, in my opinion. And now he's saying that that a grab isn't an example of being hit. A strike or a hit. He didn't consider a grab to be either of those. Officer Pratt gave examples of a hit being a hit, a slap being a slap. Officer Pratt explained that he believed it was important when we interview people to figure out what kind of contact was made and explain that contact. Officer Pratt said maybe we could have done better at this. You think? Officer Pratt said that although he doesn't consider a grab of the face a strike, he stated it could be an assault. And we know there was grounds to arrest 1 or 2 or both of them, right? Officer Pratt said it's important to describe the contact and the circumstances surrounding the contact. Thank you, Torta Pounder, for Melly keeping us up. That's funny. That's funny for keeping you guys up all day. That is funny. I'm disgusted, not by this report. But thank you, Torta Pounder, for the super chat. I appreciate you. I told Officer Pratt that Gabby said Brian hit her and described it through demonstration, face grabbing. Officer Pratt said he never recalls Gabby stating or acknowledging Brian hit her other than grabbing her face. Officer Pratt said he only recalls Gabby replying, well, I definitely hit him first. This is accurate, but after this response, Officer Pratt asked if Brian hit her, and Gabby replies, I guess, but I hit him first. So then that's like self-defense? I'm shook. When Gabby describes the violence against her, the only thing she ever describes is her face being grabbed. Regardless of whether or not there's confusion on what is being called a strike or hit, Officer Pratt acknowledges that Brian caused injury to Gabby by grabbing her face, and Gabby interpreted being hit as having her face grabbed. So then why was she the primary aggressor, and why didn't they take one of them in? Face grabbing is way wicked in all the acts. By law, at least the very least, Gabby should have been arrested. I believe there was enough evidence to apprehend both of them. Hey, Marmitch. Good to see you. Exactly. Right, Ashley Lou. Agrees with me. Let's move on. This is frustrating. I feel for her parents. I know they're like amazing, but ugh, boy. I mean, that's why they did end up filing a civil lawsuit, I believe. But still, that doesn't make anything better, right? they lost Gabby, and they failed in some of their protocols, following the protocols. Moab Police Department. I asked Officer Pratt why there wasn't any follow-up with Brian regarding the statement Gabby made of Brian grabbing her face and causing injury. Officer Pratt said he thought it had been taken care of. Officer Pratt said Officer Robbins heard this information, and Officer Robbins had spent the majority of his time with Brian, while Officer Pratt spent the majority of his time with Gabby. Officer Pratt said, I shouldn't make these assumptions, but I assumed that he addressed it and it was corroborated and should have talked to Brian more about that. Should have. Officer Pratt acknowledged the amount of time they had on the side of the road investigating this incident and said some of these calls require more than that, and this was one of those calls where I wish we had more time. I wish I hadn't been called away. I wish I didn't feel like I had to rush at all. Officer Pratt also said, if I didn't talk to Brian about that or it wasn't followed up with Brian, that should have happened. For sure. I guess I assumed it had. I didn't know it hadn't. Officer Pratt explained that at this time, the only on-duty patrol officers were him and Officer Robbins. Officer Pratt stated Officer Robbins was still in the field training, and Officer Pratt is required to be on every call that Officer Robbins is on. We went over that in part 1 yesterday. It goes more into the history of that. Hey, did I miss? Hey, Kay, don't come for me. No detention today. I was a little bit late too. And this story is so sad. This is so sad and frustrating. It gets me in my feelings for sure. Any negative physical contact. Yeah. You shouldn't be putting your hands on other people, right? According to a survey in 2019, the population of Moab was just over 5,000 people, while tourism saw over 3 million visitors. It's believed that tourism has surpassed that number the last couple of years due to the C19 pandemic. Officer Pratt said, so how much time do you spend on a call? You know, I work 10 hours. I gave 1/10 of my day to one couple, and I have many other calls. The other calls that are going on, a guy laying in traffic, that's important to him, that I come drag him out of the traffic. All these calls are important. If I had my way, I'd spend as much time as I needed on every call to make sure every call worked out right, but we don't have the staff. I'm not blaming the department, but we don't have the staff. I asked Officer Pratt why he didn't call the reporting party redacted. Officer Pratt said calling redacted would have been the next thing he did, or would have Officer Robbins call him had he not been called away for a more urgent call. Okay, so another call obviously was more urgent than the call with Gabby, clearly is what he's stating here. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. I know that's probably how it works, but if they would have been separated and Gabby would have called her parents, she probably wouldn't have been there to pick him up the next day, right? I truly believe that she probably wouldn't have if she was able to call her parents and if they had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Officer Pratt stated at this time they had spoken to Brian, Gabby, and Redacted regarding this incident. Officer Pratt stated that his observations, as well as the statements made along with the physical evidence, everything was lining up. Officer Pratt said multiple times that Redacted should have been called. Officer Pratt said that if he had been called and Redacted repeated the same things he told dispatch, the other three statements, along with physical evidence, which was still much stronger than Redacted's statements. Officer Pratt described his line of questioning when talking with Gabby. Officer Pratt said he told Gabby, we have two independent witnesses. I said this because I thought my witnesses would line up with what I thought this guy told us. I thought we were going to have two. And her response was, well, I definitely hit him first. At the end of everything, her statement was like, Brian's was like my witnesses. Officer Pratt said multiple times during this call that there were two independent witnesses. Officer Pratt said this on multiple occasions and in front of Officer Robbins. Officer Pratt said he told Officer Robbins to get to the reporting party statement referring to Redacted. Officer Pratt said later on, when reviewing Officer Robbins' report, he didn't find a statement from Redacted. Officer Pratt asked Officer Robbins where the reporting party statement was. Officer Robbins told him it was part of the report. It was then that Officer Pratt learned that Officer Robbins thought the reporting party was redacted, not redacted. So they had the wrong person's report. When talking about not following up with redacted, Officer Pratt said, "There's no way I can tell you this investigation should have had an end of report at the end of it without having to talk to the guy who called. There's not an excuse for it. I can explain it. I can't excuse it." Officer Pratt also said, "I can't imagine what he could have said, especially if it was that he told dispatch that could have changed the decision that was made. Now, maybe if we didn't have that other independent witness, sure." I have to go back. Those officers failed Gabby so terribly. I agree, Kay. I agree. Okay, let me get some water really quick. Okay, let's move on. Officer Robbins' written report. In Officer Robbins' report, there are similar concerns. Officer Robbins spent the majority of his time speaking with Brian, but also got statements from Gabby regarding this incident. Officer Robbins was a reporting officer, and ultimately the decision on how this case concluded was made by him. There are more reporting details listed in Officer Robbins' report than Officer Pratt's. However, there are many details missing from the statements he received from those he had contact with. There are also additional statements made in Officer Robbins' report that are cause for concern. In Officer Robbins' report, while describing the statement made to him from Brian, Officer Robbins states that Brian indicated Gabby went into a manic state. After watching the body-worn camera multiple times, I am unable to hear the statement actually made. It seems to me that Officer Robbins draws that conclusion himself and states that is what Brian said. It seems to me that Officer Robbins draws that conclusion himself. Yeah, I don't remember hearing that. In the anytime I had a question regarding the line children, he would have to take the call. The officer in Moab didn't have a chance to speak to the expert. They should have called someone with more experience or taken them both down for questioning, in my opinion. Right. Officer Robin describes seeing minor visible scratches to Brian's face, but doesn't indicate where these are at. Officer Robin states that he observed scratches on Brian's right arm, but again, doesn't indicate where on the arm the injuries are at. Officer Robin states Brian believed the injuries on his right arm occurred when Gabby was trying to get his attention about Officer Robbins being behind them with his lights on. Officer Robin makes the following statement. This, however, was not consistent with Gabrielle's statement, further suggesting her confused and emotional state. Gabby's statement to Officer Robbins, which he documented in his report, was that she hit Brian in the arm to alert him to the police car behind them with their lights on. Brian also said he believed that is where the marks came from, was Gabby hitting him when she was trying to get his attention. This adds confusion as to what Officer Robbins documented, as the information is actually consistent with Gabby's statement, which doesn't validate the conclusion made by Officer Robbins about Gabby's confused and emotional state. Oof. Officer Robbins. Shady, shady, shady. DV is so bad. As with Officer Pratt's report, Officer Robbins' report should include the who, what, when, where, how, and why, as that information could play a role in determining the predominant aggressor. There are many details not documented in his report, as well as details documented that appear to be speculation or just flat out inaccurate. Applicable interview responses. Officer Robbins. There were multiple questions I had for Officer Robbins regarding his report and the statements he made he reported have been made. When I asked Officer Robbins if he reviewed his body-worn camera footage of the incident prior of writing his report, he stated that he thought he had but wasn't positive. Officer Robbins confirmed he has access to the video but did not have access to the dispatch notes and audio. When I asked Officer Robbins how many witnesses were there in this incident and whether he had talked to any of them, he stated there had been 2. Officer Robbins stated that he made contact with Redacted and retrieved a written statement from him. Officer Robbins stated he had thought Redacted was a person who called 911, but later found out that was not accurate. Officer Robbins stated he didn't reach out to Redacted for a statement at any time during or following the incident. He thought he took a report from the wrong person? I'm shook. In Officer Robbins' report, he stated Redacted saw Brian and Gabby arguing over a phone. I asked Officer Robbins if he investigated this further by asking Brian or Gabby about it. Officer Robbins said he did not. In Officer Robbins' report, he stated Redacted observed Gabby climbing into the van via the driver's side window. I asked Officer Robbins when, where, and to who this information was stated. Officer Robbins stated Redacted had told them this on the day he collected the written statement. I asked this information because during the phone call with Officer Pratt, as well as Redacted's written statement, it appears that Gabby climbed into the van via the driver's side door and over Brian's lap. There was never any mention about it being through the window. I asked Officer Robbins if his body-worn camera was activated while collecting this information from Redacted. Officer Robbins stated he wasn't sure if it was or wasn't. I have since found out there is no body camera recording of this contact. In Officer Robbins' report, he stated Redacted was not entirely sure what it is he had seen. I asked Officer Robbins what this was referring to, as he gave a prior statement to Officer Pratt on the phone and also provided a written statement which provided numerous details of what he had observed. Officer Robbins stated Redacted was concerned about the incident possibly being involved in human trafficking. I asked Officer Robbins if what Redacted was not sure about was that he actually saw, or if he was not sure about the circumstances causing the incident. Officer Robbins stated Redacted was confident in what he actually saw, but wasn't sure of what the bigger picture or reasoning might be behind what he saw. It's probably unlikely that anyone in here has not seen their share of violence, right? I agree with that. What a mess, right, Augie? Yeah, this is interesting. I didn't know about any of the stuff that we were reading in this report. In Officer Robbins' report, he described Brian's statement of what had happened. Officer Robbins said that while Gabby and Brian were arguing near Main Street, Brian had attempted to separate from Gabby so they could both calm their emotions. Officer Robbins stated, quote, he got into their van and Gabrielle had gone in a manic state. Brian said Gabrielle, thinking he was going to leave her in Moab without a ride, went to slap him. As Gabrielle started to swing, Brian pushed her away to avoid the slap. As a result, Gabrielle, off balance, but still caught Brian's face with some fingers, causing some minor visible scratches. I asked Officer Robbins if stating Gabby went into a manic state was something that Brian actually said, or if it was something Officer Robbins concluded. Officer Robbins said, I haven't sat down and watched my body cam. I don't remember. I was also still on FTO and not very good at writing reports, so I'm probably guilty of possibly putting speculation in there. Wait. When he said that Gabby went into that state and was being crazy and emotional, so now it turns out that that might have not even been true, that Brian said that, so that would have changed things because that wouldn't have made Gabby the dominant, the primary aggressor. Right? I'm like, what the heck? He put his own spin on it. I know. This is wild. Wild. Officer Robbins. This is public information, by the way. I do always state that. Sorry, I forgot to state it at the beginning. So I then brought up the series of events that Officer Robbins documented above into how the physical fight started. I read it back to Officer Robbins and asked, do you recall what the actual information was that was provided to you by Brian? Officer Robbins said no. He doesn't remember anything? What the? We need to see if these are they still working there? Because I'm a little like shook. I know exactly what Ellie thought of her. If she went to a manic state, they needed to take her to the hospital. Right. And then that's a lie. So Brian would have been arrested, right? If they wouldn't think she was being all emotional, even though she was crying. But I mean, I think it's important. That's something else, right, Gypsy? I told Officer Robbins that after watching the video multiple times, I was unable to find anywhere that Brian said Gabby was manic. I was also unable to find anywhere that Gabby or Brian described Gabby was scared Brian was going to leave her in Moab. I told Officer Robbins that Brian said he was worried that Gabby was going to leave him in Moab, but not the other way around. Officer Robbins replied, I might have mixed those two up. I'm done. I'm done with Officer Robbins. He can get right up on there on the list with Roberta. What the? It's not funny, but like I'm so shocked that it's making me laugh because it's uncomfortable. Yeah, law enforcement, right. And they were training. Great. I reminded Officer Robbins of the series of events that he described being how the physical fight started. I told Officer Robbins I was unable to verify that the information he put down is what was actually said. Officer Robbins replied, I was trying to piece it together because of their stories were all over the place, as I'm sure you saw. They weren't exactly this event had happened. This event had happened. This event had happened. It was this event that happened 20 minutes. Was that a typo? And then 20 minutes later, this event happened. And then 3 days ago, this event happened. So I was trying, to piece everything together. I see what he's saying. The stories were all over the place. So I was trying to piece everything together. In Officer Robbins' report, he said, I observed some small scratches to Brian's right arm, and when I asked him about them, he supposed they must have happened when Gabrielle was trying to get his attention about me being behind them with my lights on. This, however, was not consistent with Gabby's statement, further suggesting her confused and emotional state. I asked Officer Robbins what exactly was not consistent with Gabrielle's statement. Officer Robbins says, if I can remember correctly, Brian said that she grabbed his arm, or she said that he grabbed his arm, or she said that he grabbed his arms. Anyways, the conflicting stories were where one said he was being hit in the shoulder and the other one said that his arm was grabbed, and that's what caused them to swerve and hit the curb. Something along the lines of that, at least. I told Officer Robbins that in his report, he stated Gabby told him that she hit Brian in the arm, and Brian's statement was that Gabby pulled on the steering wheel. When Officer Robbins asked Brian about the scratches, Brian said they must have happened when Gabby was trying to get his attention about the cops behind them. I told Officer Robbins that the inconsistency is with Brian's story, not Gabby's. Officer Robbins did not have a response. That's an important detail. Dude, this is messed up. Can't fix stupid and that officer's a moron. Right. Pantera says, why wouldn't they have at least asked if, just to be fair, if Gabby may have asked if she may like, right, medical attention, distress and evidence of physical. Well, now we know it was all wrong. He couldn't even get the report. He didn't even call the right person for the statements. He's making up the fact that Gabby was manic. Like this is, and now this investigator doing this investigation on them says there's inconsistency with Brian's story. So that goes back to Brian being the dominant aggressor. And then he doesn't have a response. I asked Officer Robbins what else he recalled Gabby being confused about. Officer Robbins said it didn't seem that she understood why we were there or the way that things could appear from the outside. She was obviously very emotional. I asked Officer Robbins if he ever noticed any injury to Gabby during this interactions with her. Officer Robbins stated he recalled there being a small scratch on one of her cheeks. I asked Officer Robbins if he asked Gabby how she received the injury, and Officer Robbins couldn't recall. I asked Officer Robbins if he had asked Brian about the scratch on Gabby's cheek. Officer Robbins said he couldn't recall. Officer Robbins said he remembered there being something about Brian grabbing Gabby's face and pushing her back, but he couldn't recall where he got that information. From the information I have reviewed, nobody asked Brian about the scratch on Gabby's cheek. There was a considerate number of details lacking from both officers' report as it related to the statement made by those involved. Redacted called 911 to report this incident, and his information as well as his statement was not obtained or documented in either of these reports. There is no information in either report to document any injury that was sustained by Gabby, despite her disclosing the injury. There was also very little detail regarding the injuries sustained by Brian. There were numerous injuries pointed out on Brian during their interaction, with very little of those injuries actually documented in the report. There are also numerous conclusions drawn or documented by Officer Robbins that don't actually appear to be accurate. Both written reports are missing significant details as it relates to the who, what, when, where, and how as it relates to this incident. Hi, John Clark. Good to see you. I stand firm in stating an armed society is a polite society. I'm sad for Gabby. Officers should list the full name and date of birth of each child who was present in the household at the time of the offense. The names of other children who may not have been in the house at one particular time should also be obtained for follow-up. Unfounded. Oh, sorry, this section does not apply to the investigation. When practicable and legally permitted, video or audio record all significant statements and observations, not sustained. Officer Robbins' body-worn camera was activated for the entirety of his contact with Gabby and Brian. I have learned that they do not have dash cameras on their vehicles, which also means they don't have in-car video or audio. Officer Pratt's body-worn camera is activated from the time he arrives on scene with Brian and Gabby until he leaves for another call. The only videos that may be of importance that I have not received would be if there's a video of when Officer Pratt first arrives at the Moonflower Co-op, where he first meets Redacted. The other video would be when Officer Robbins follows up with Redacted later on and collects a written statement from him. Officer Pratt received a recorded verbal statement from Redacted, and Officer Robbins later recovers a written statement from Redacted. I am unsure if all the significant statements were documented because there may have been additional information stated verbally through these contacts that was additional or different than what was already documented. After meeting with Officer Pratt, Officer Robbins, and Assistant Chief Palmer, it had been determined that there are no videos of these two additional meetings as they did not activate any recording devices during these contacts. Based on the lack of information provided in the reports or the inaccurate statements made in the reports, it's impossible to know if there were any significant statements or observations that would have needed to be documented and or recorded. All injuries should be photographed regardless of the severity, taking care to preserve the victim's personal privacy. When practicable, photographs should be taken by a person of the same sex. Victims whose injuries are not visible at the time of the incident should be asked to contact the investigations in the event the injuries later become visible. That was sustained. While reviewing the body-worn camera of this incident, I determined photographs were taken of Brian's injury by Officer Robbins, while no photographs were taken of Gabby's injuries. There were multiple injuries observed both on Brian and Gabby. Officer Robbins took into account Brian's personal privacy when asking him to lift up his shirt by having him move behind the van as to hide the view from the passing motorist. Had there been pictures taken of Gabby, there was a female officer on the scene to take those photographs if unnecessary to preserve her privacy. On Gabby, there was a mark pointed on her left arm as well as a scratch on her left cheek. On Brian, injuries were pointed out by Park Ranger Crawl near his right eye, left side of his neck, left side of his nose, center of his face, bruise and bleeding on the right side of his head, and a red mark near his right tricep area. Officer Robbins photographed Brian's hand, left side of the head, face, neck, and right arm. Officer Robbins asked Brian to lift up his shirt, and I believe I can see a long red scratch or scar underneath his left pectoral, but no photograph is taken. When asked during an interview, Officer Robbins stated he did not observe this mark, and if he had, he would have addressed it. Wow. Truly a sad case. There are many more Gabbies out there. We just don't know about them. Yeah. Just if police, 𝗟𝐸E, or medical make mistakes is more tragic, right? They both went for the face, very intimate fight. Right. Right, Kat Randall, I agree. And it's definitely not the first time, you know, like I feel like this had happened a lot. And that's just my opinion, but I feel like to this level, I'm like, Deep from a victim's point, there are to protect those telling her she's dehydrated. Right, Mary D. When was this report written? After she was killed? Yes. Wow. When receiving all the requested documents for this investigation, I requested the photographs, but have not received any. Well, Augie, let me go back to that because she was found September. So I think she was already missing and she had already passed. I just don't know if they had found her body by then. And even so, we read in the autopsy report how bad it was on Brian's, the medical examiner report, you know, eaten by the animals and like decomposition and stuff. So I don't know if these were probably even visible, which is so sad. In a subsequent interview with Officer Robbins, I reminded Officer Robbins of the numerous photographs he had taken during this incident. I pointed out that the injuries on Brian were the only ones photographed and no photographs of Gabby's injuries were taken. I also said there was photographs taken of both of their driver's license. I asked Officer Robbins why there were no photographs taken of Gabby's injuries. Officer Robbins stated that Officer Pratt spent most of the time with Gabby and he made an assumption that Officer Pratt would have taken those photos. So they both suck. I mean, I'm not a cop, but like he assumed. What does that even mean? She stopped responding to his text late in August, right? So I don't know about these officers. I asked Officer Robbins why the photographs weren't uploaded to the report. Officer Robbins said that one to this day, I still don't know. Officer Robbins went on to say that he believes he did upload the photographs, but they were not there when he checked. Officer Robbins stated the photographs are no longer on the phone he used to take the photographs and stated he used his police department issued phone to take the photographs. The way the policy reads, I interpret, is as all injuries on the victim should be photographed. I would recommend that the policy be clarified to state that all injuries of all involved parties should be photographed. I asked Assistant Chief Palmer if he ever saw these photographs, and he stated that he did not. I asked Officer Pratt if he ever saw the photographs, and he stated he had not. Officer Pratt provided an example of when the same thing happened to him on a different case around the time of this incident. Officer Pratt stated they use software from 𝐶𝐻𝐿 that is installed on their department-issued cell phone. That software allows you to take video and photographs and upload them into a software where they can access it later to attach to their reports. Officer Pratt said he had recorded a video using his phone off of video surveillance that showed a hit-and-run accident. Officer Pratt said there's proof he recorded the video from his body-worn camera, and there's proof of him pulling it up later to show someone involved in the case, and the video was gone. Officer Pratt said he hasn't had any issues with it, and he doesn't know if something similar happened to Officer Robbins, but acknowledged that losing photographic or video evidence in this way has happened before. Officers should request that the victim complete and sign an authorization for release of medical records related. This doesn't apply. If the suspect is no longer, that doesn't apply either. When completing an incident or arrest report for the violation of a court order, officers should include specific information that establishes that the offender had been served, including the date the offender was served, the name of the agency that served the order, and the provision of the order that the subject is alleged to have violated. When reasonably available, the arresting officer should attach a copy of the order to the incident or arrest report that was unfounded. This section does not apply as it pertains to the investigation. However, I will address some of the issues as it pertains to protective orders in a section below. Officers should take appropriate enforcement action when there's a probable cause to believe an offense has occurred. Factors that should not be used as sole justification for declining to take enforcement action include: 1, whether the suspect lives on the premises with the victim; 2, claims by the suspect that the victim provoked or perpetuated the violence; 3, the potential financial or child custody consequence of arrest; 4, the physical or emotional state of either party; 5, the use of drugs or alcohol by either party; 6, denial that the abuse occurred where evidence indicates otherwise; 7, a request by the victim not to arrest the suspect; 8, location of the incident; 9, speculation that the complainant may not have followed through with prosecution; 10, actual or perceived characteristics such as race, ethnicity, origin, orientation, gender identity, expression, economic status, cultural group, etc., the social status, community status, professional position of the victim or suspect. That was unfounded. As already documented, I believe there was probable cause an assault occurred between the two cohabitants, which makes this incident a domestic violence offense, and law enforcement should have taken place. After reviewing all the provided information, the following numbered sections that correlate with the numbered items above were observed, discussed, and/or documented during the investigation. Number 1, there's conversation about the difficulty of separating Brian and Gabby because they have been living in the van for several months and they don't have any family or friends in the area. 2, Gabby said Brian kept telling her to shut up. Gabby also said, "I was trying to get him to stop telling me to calm down." When it comes to Brian and Gabby's physical state, they both appeared to be healthy, fit, and with no obvious physical ailments. As it relates to mental state, Brian was very much in control of his emotions. Brian was calm and deliberate throughout his investigation and even joked around at times with the officers. Gabby was a complete opposite. At times, Gabby struggled to speak and her emotions were consistently escalated. Gabby's emotions caused her to at times to have to stop and catch her breath. Gabby was sobbing while begging and pleading with Officer Pratt to not separate her and Brian. This is so sad. Every police department across the world should have officers that are trained in psychology. I agree with that. What did Augie say? So they haven't even wrote a report on the day. Right. They just ignored her and then made things up quickly and just patched things up because they had to. And then then they don't remember. He's like, "Oh, I don't recall." I'm like, what? Trust in human nature is why we allow police to run around with fast cars and deadly force. Yep. It will take a special officer to go through psych courses and learn to deal. That's so true, Kat Randall. When discussing the options of taking Gabby to jail or separating them, Brian asks, "Can I go to jail?" When he is told no, Brian asks why. Brian is told they don't have a charge for him. Brian then joked by asking, what if he took Officer Robbins' radio? Brian states that multiple times he didn't want to pursue anything against Gabby and wanted to, quote unquote, get rid of this, referring to the impending charge. Based on their interviews and investigation, there was never speculation that Brian may not follow through with the prosecution, as Brian made it clear he didn't want anything done. Officer Pratt talked about the court process with Brian, stating officers had to follow the law, but said that the prosecutor could still potentially dismiss the case. The individual characteristic of Brian and Gabby were also talked about multiple times during this investigation. It is explained multiple times by Officer Pratt that just because Brian was bigger and stronger than Gabby, he could still be a victim of domestic violence assault. Officer Pratt stated in his report that Brian was older, taller, and much heavier than Gabby. On scene, Officer Pratt refers to Gabby as tiny, little, 105 pounds, soaking wet, and numerous other times regarding Gabby was not actually being a threat or danger to Brian based on their physical characteristics. Based on all the information received in this case, I don't believe that any individual reason above was used as sole justification for not taking law enforcement action. There were multiple factors regarding the investigation discussed, but none of the reasons listed above were clearly used as sole justification reasons. I believe a combination of all the factors above, especially Gabby's emotional state, caused Officer Pratt to second guess himself and call a supervisor. According to the body-worn camera, I believe the sole justification reason that the enforcement action didn't take place was due to the officers not reading the entire assault code, as well as their misinterpretation of the code. Why is that anybody's problem but theirs, right? The police department. That's a training issue. If suspect is arrested, this doesn't apply. If no arrest is made, the officer should, 1, voluntary separation of the parties. 2, appropriate resource referrals, counselors, friends, relatives, shelter homes, witness, not sustain. B, document the resolution in a report, unfounded. I'm all for it, but what human would really want that special training, then find out day one things are not taught but learned, right? Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, let me get some water. The officers facilitated a separation of Brian and Gabby while still ensuring they had shelter for the day and night if needed. Whether or not the separation of the parties was voluntary is unclear. Officer Robbins tells Brian that although he asks that they give each other the night apart and take advantage of the time apart to decompress and gather their emotions, that he is not legally required to hold them to it. Officer Robbins tells Gabby that unless there is earth-shattering emergency news, not to contact Brian, as he wanted them to have time to relax, breathe, and contact their families. Brian was set up with a room using the help of a local resource to help victims of domestic violence. Outside of setting Brian up with a room and suggesting they contact the families, I did not see there was any other resource referral provided to Brian or Gabby. The officers documented this incident and resolution in a report. In subsequent interview with Officer Robbins, I asked him to explain the legal authority he had to separate someone if he didn't believe domestic violence had taken place. Officer Robbins went on to explain that he was going to arrest Gabby for domestic violence assault before concluding that the incident didn't meet all the elements of assault. Officer Robbins then decided to just separate them so they could cool off. Officer Robbins stated that he was trying to create that environment for both of them. I asked Officer Robbins again what legal authority he had to separate someone if he didn't believe a domestic violence assault had occurred. Officer Robbins said, "I can't answer that because I don't know." I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this, man. Physical characteristics has nothing to do with anything. Everyone's flight or fright response is different, and that's a mental state not clearly evident based on specific. Right, Pantera, I agree. In subsequent interview with Officer Pratt, I asked him how Officer Robbins can lawfully require separation to take place in lieu of making a case against Gabby for domestic assault. Officer Pratt said he can't, and if you're not going to charge them, you can't. He required it. He didn't say by law. They didn't ask. As far as I know, you can't require someone to separate. He feels like if they gave any indication they weren't going to follow that advice, then Officer Robbins would have made the other case for the safety of both of them. Because victims may be traumatized or confused, officers should be aware that a victim's behavior and actions may be affected. The following applies to domestic violence and dating violence. A, victims shall be provided with the department's domestic information handout, even if the incident may not rise to the level of a crime. That was sustained. Victims shall also be alerted to any available victim advocates, shelters, and community resource. That was sustained. When an involved person requests law enforcement assistance while removing essential items of personal property, the officer shall stand by a reasonable amount of time. Unfounded. If the victim has sustained injury or complains of pain, the officer shall seek medical assistance for the victim as soon as practicable. That was unfounded. Officers should ask the victim whether he or she has a safe place to stay and assist in arranging transportation to an alternate shelter if the victim expresses a concern for his or her safety, or if the officer determines that a need exists. That was unfounded. Officers should make reasonable efforts to ensure that any children or dependent adults who are under the supervision of the suspect or victim are being properly cared for. Unfounded. If appropriate, officers shall seek or assist the victim in obtaining an emergency order, and that was unfounded. So I did not find through body-worn camera or reports that Brian or Gabby received the department's domestic violence information handout. Brian was provided a place to shelter for the night, utilizing a community resource they have for victims of domestic violence. Outside of the shelter, I could not find that anyone was provided with this information regarding a victim advocate. Imagine that. He's the one at a shelter for domestic violence and Gabby gets murdered the next day. Before separating Brian and Gabby, Brian asked if he could retrieve some items out of the van before they were separated. Park Ranger Ryan Krall assisted Brian in retrieving any relevant or necessary items he needed. Gabby and Brian both sustained injuries, and Gabby mentioned the pain she was having from her injury. Brian was asked if he needed medical attention, and Brian declined the offer. The policy only states this applies to the victim. At the time Gabby disclosed her injury, they had not concluded who the predominant aggressor was, and she was not asked if she needed medical attention. Someone mentioned that earlier. Who was that? There was also no follow-up questions asked to Brian regarding the injury Gabby sustained. She was not asked if she needed medical attention. Could that have made a difference? Yeah, I think so. Maybe they would have took her to the hospital. I don't know. Nobody asked, right? After finding out Brian and Gabby didn't have any friends or family in the area where one of them could stay, shelter was arranged for Brian utilizing local community resource for victims of domestic violence, while Gabby was allowed to stay with the van they had been traveling and living in. All calls of domestic violence, including incomplete 911 calls, should be dispatched as soon as practicable. Dispatchers are not required to verify the validity of a court order before responding to a request for assistance. Officers should request that dispatchers check whether any of the involved persons are subject to the terms of a court order, not sustained. This incident was reported as a domestic violence incident. Officer Robbins handled the investigation and obtained the identifying information from Brian and Gabby. It's a common practice to run individuals through dispatch to check for warrants, protective orders, driver license information. Officer Robbins only asked dispatch for a 29 check by name and date of birth for Brian. A 29 check refers to the 10 code of 1029, which is checking for wants, warrants, and protective orders, etc. Officer Robbins asked dispatch to run Brian out of Florida. Dispatch returns and states they are unable to find anyone with that name and date of birth out in Florida. I'm not sure if they also checked the driver's license for Brian as well, or just checked the 29 status requested by Officer Robbins. Officer Robbins asked dispatch for another 29 by name and date of birth, this time for Gabby. Officer Robbins misheard Gabby's last name and misspelled it. Officer misheard and Gabby's last name and misspelled it. Wow. Officer Robbins read the incorrect letters back to Gabby, and she didn't correct Officer Robbins. The last name was relayed to dispatch as being Petito rather than Petito. Officer Robbins asked dispatch to run Gabby out of Florida. Dispatch relays to Officer Robbins that the 29s are 1010 and states there was no 27 driver's license found. When 1010 is used, it means there are no listed wants, warrants, or protective orders. Because of the misspelled name, if there had been a protective order under the name, there's a chance they wouldn't have found it. You can't even spell the name right. Wow. How annoying. How annoying. In a subsequent interview with Officer Robbins, I asked Officer Robbins why he didn't verify the information with Gabby after dispatch had told him they were unable to find any driver's license information based on information Officer Robbins reported to them. Officer Robbins said he didn't know and said the driving statuses weren't on my highest priority list. Officer Robbins also added that he may have missed that information as it was busy and it's difficult sometimes to catch everything that is going on in front of you, as well as what's been being relayed in your ear by dispatch. Officer Robbins also stated that the earpiece he had at the time was not functioning well and the quality of the audio he was hearing was poor. I explained the importance of finding out driver's license information, especially as it relates to people who are not local, so you can confirm they are who they say they are, as well as ensuring you're gathering and transmitting accurate information. Foreign court orders. Various types of orders may be issued in domestic violence cases. Any foreign court order properly issued by a court of another state, Indian tribe, or territory should be enforced by officers as if it were the order of court in this state. An order should be considered properly issued when it reasonably appears that the issuing court has jurisdiction over the parties and reasonable notice and opportunity to respond was given to the party against whom the order was issued. An otherwise valid out-of-state order shall be enforced regardless of whether the order has been properly registered with the state that was unfounded. There were no protective orders found between Brian and Gabby. As documented above, there could have been one and it may not have been found. However, with Brian's correct information relayed, it's likely if there had been a protective order between Brian and Gabby, it should or could have come up when checking Brian's information as well. Determining the validity of a court order, particularly from another jurisdiction, can be challenging. Therefore, in determining whether there's probable cause to make an arrest for a violation of any court order, officers should carefully review the actual order when available and where appropriate and practicable. A, ask the subject of the order and about his or her notice or receipt of the order. Check available records or databases that may show the status or conditions of the order. Contact the issuing court to verify that for the validity of the order. Contact law enforcement official from the jurisdiction where the order was issued. Officers should document in an appropriate report their efforts to verify the validity of an order, regardless of whether an arrest is made. Officers should not contact that's unfounded because it doesn't apply. They didn't have a restrictive order. If an officer has probable cause to believe there would be continued violence against the victim, or if there's evidence that the perpetrator has either recently caused serious bodily injury or caused a dangerous weapon in the domestic violence offense, or used a dangerous weapon in the domestic violence offense, the officer may not utilize the option of issuing a citation. Factors that may support the likelihood of a continuing offense include A, prior history of arrests or citations involving domestic violence. The alleged perpetrator is violating an order. The alleged perpetrator has prior history of other assault behavior. The victim states that the alleged perpetrator has a history of physical abuse towards the victim. The victim expresses fear of retaliation or further violence should the alleged perpetrator be released. Any other evidence that would indicate the victim may be subjected to continued violence or abuse, unfounded. This had already been previously addressed and responded in this report. I will, however, note each section briefly. Section 1. This was not investigated or disclosed by either party. No protective order was found. This was not, she's going through. There's no evidence disclosed or observed that there were clear signs that the victim would be subjected to continued violence or abuse. There was no evidence disclosed or observed that. I disagree with that. We talked about that yesterday, I believe. I'm going to skip through some of these. Reports and records. Reports on all incidents of domestic violence shall include the officer's disposition of the case, the appropriate crime classification for domestic violence. If no arrest was made, the report shall detail the grounds for not arresting. If two parties are arrested, the report shall detail the grounds for arresting both parties. There was a case reported that has been identified as Moab Police as it relates to Utah Code that has already been addressed previously. In this case report, the incident is categorized as disorderly conduct incident and details the disposition of the case. The classification for this report should have been domestic violence related category. The report details the grounds for not arresting, and due to there being no arrest, the report does not need to detail grounds for arresting both parties. I have detailed my concerns with the content of the case report, the content of the case reports under the section above titled. As previously described, I believe the officers responded to a domestic violence call and had probable cause an act of domestic violence had been committed. This should have meant an arrest was made either by citation or custody. This is violation of Utah State Code 7736. Failure to disclose or misrepresenting material facts or making any false or misleading statement on any application, examination form, or other official document, report, or form, or during the course of any work-related investigation sustained. This applies to Officer Robbins' report about the information he put in the report, which was inaccurate or misrepresented, which had already been detailed. Officer Robbins stated himself that he may be guilty of speculation when asked about some of the discrepancies. They were the last people she saw and the last people that could help her imagine how she felt. The cops were making my blood boil. I know. I feel the same way, Augie. On-site accounting as well as rent, right? Yeah. Report for preparation. Employees should ensure that reports are sufficiently detailed for their purpose and free from errors prior to submission. It is a responsibility of the assigned employee to complete and submit all reports taken during the shift before going off duty, unless permission to hold the report has been approved by a supervisor. Generally, reports requiring prompt follow-up action on active leads or arrest reports where the suspect remains in custody should not be held. All reports must accurately reflect the identity of the persons involved. All pertinent information seen here, heard, or assimilated by any other sense and actions taken. Employees may not suppress, conceal, or distort the facts of any reported incident, nor shall any employee make false report orally or in writing. Generally, the reporting employee's opinion should not be included in these reports unless specifically identified as such. Right, and they're giving them advice, mental health advice, while they're pulling them over. This cop forgot to put in a bunch of stuff in the report. He assumed a bunch of stuff. He heard wrong. He forgot. I have already addressed the report writing concerns in this report. I don't believe the reports were sufficiently detailed as related to the investigation. Although by the time the report would have made it to a supervisor, wouldn't have changed how the call was handled at a time. A supervisor reviewing the report should have addressed the concerns about the lack of arrest, the lack of details in the report, as well as the lack of follow-up with the reporting party. As part of addressing these concerns, the reporting party should have been contacted so their statement could have been documented as part of the report. Officer Robbins' report was reviewed and sent back for grammatical errors, but I am unaware of there being any content issues addressed by supervisors following the reports. That is outside of Officer Pratt addressing the lack of Officer Robbins following up with the original party. There were 2 identified contacts during this incident. Both contacts with witness redacted were not recorded. The first contact by Officer Pratt was after officers were dispatched regarding this incident. The second contact was by Officer Robbins, who responded to Redacted's residence to collect a statement. According to this policy, the sections I noted above apply to this case. Explanations by both officers regarding the lack of video being activated for these contacts are explained previously in this report. Officer's responsibility. An officer responsible for an initial investigation shall complete no less than the following. Make a preliminary determination of whether a crime has been committed by completing, at minimum, an initial statement from a witness, completeness, a cursory examination for evidence. If information indicates a crime has occurred, the officer shall make reasonable attempts to locate, identify, interview all available victims, complainants, witnesses, and suspects, take any appropriate law enforcement action. Cause for the determination has already been addressed. Conclusion. There's one thing I would like to point out that I believe is applicable to this case as well as many domestic violence cases. Just because Gabby was determined to be the predominant aggressor as it is related to the incident doesn't mean she was a long-term predominant aggressor in the relationship. Oftentimes, in cases of domestic violence, the long-term victim gets to a point emotionally where they defend themselves or act out in such a way where law enforcement is summoned. There have been many times in my career where someone who we knew from the past experience to be a long-term victim of domestic violence gets arrested for committing an act of domestic violence against their long-term abuser. Despite knowing the history of those involved, we have to make a decision based on the information presented to law enforcement at the time, despite our personal feelings and the known history of the relationship. That's a really good point she makes here, or he makes here. There have been many times in career where someone we know from past experience to be a long-term violent ends up getting arrested, right? Because they fight back. And that's horrifying. Hey, Jem. Glad you made it. Good to see you. I hope you got to see your dad today. Oh, what's up, homie? Hang out. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry, I hadn't said hi to both of you because I was reading. Happy birthday, by the way. Tommy Hangout's birthday. That's awesome. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, let's see. It's very likely Gabby was a long-term victim of domestic violence, whether that be physically, mentally, and or emotionally. Gabby had a job which she left in order to travel the country with Brian. Gabby was trying to start an online career which Brian didn't support or believe she could accomplish. Brian tried locking Gabby out of the van in an attempt to control her movements. Brian said he was trying to make Gabby calm down, and Gabby said she was trying to get Brian to stop telling her to calm down. Gabby also said Brian kept telling her to shut up. Based on the information provided, I can only assume the act of Brian grabbing Gabby's face was his attempt to make Gabby calm down or make her shut up. Although the act of grabbing someone's face, like in this case, rarely causes any significant injury, I find that the specific act of grabbing someone's face is extremely personal, violent, and controlling. We just said that. Kat Randall just said that a minute ago too. Shake my head. Just because there may have been some signs that Brian was a long-term predominant aggressor, law enforcement could only act on the information they were provided. That's brutal. Officer Pratt said, "We're all doing this with the fact in our mind that we know what happened later. So it's really convoluted and hard to tell you anything other than what I thought at the time, which was if I missed a big red flag that he was a murderer, then yes, I missed it. If I would have known he was going to murder her, I would have taken action to follow them because I care about people to the point where he was going to murder her, and I would have intervened and citizens arrested him in Wyoming. I would have taken my own time. I would have missed my family to go do that. I'm desperately effed over that she got killed. I really am. I would have done anything to stop it if I would have known it was coming." That's Officer Pratt's statement. Well, don't be making shit up when it's involving a domestic violence case, right? But that's rough. I feel like I'd be a cold person to say that he probably does live with that, right? That's brutal. You guys, who said that? We absolutely can do that. Yikes. Well, I hope he learned from this. ATS, I'm mad at Officer Pratt. Yeah, don't put words in the report that weren't spoken. You can, homie, hang out. That's funny. Why? I'm just shook. I'm shook. When speaking with Officer Pratt, I asked him if there was anything else that he thinks I should know or add as it relates to this investigation. Officer Pratt said he accepts responsibility for anything that was found he did wrong in this case. Officer Pratt, I accept responsibility for it, but I don't want anyone to think I did not care. I have daughters, and I do not want anyone involved to know that I talked to Gabby and treated Gabby as much like I could, fatherly, the way I would want another cop to interact with my daughter, even if he got it wrong. I do care. I am devastated about it. I cared that day, and I still care. I don't think the public gets that I don't know if they know we care. I don't know if they know. Sounds like Officer Pratt's going through it too, huh? There's a lot of speculation regarding this incident, and I can't answer the what if questions. There were mistakes made in how this case was handled. If the case was handled flawlessly, would it have changed anything? Nobody knows. More and more in law enforcement, perfection is what is being expected and with that comes officers second-guessing themselves in their decisions. After reviewing all the information and speaking with the officers, I am confident and comfortable in stating that the mistakes made were not intentionally. The officers did not know they were doing was wrong at the time and did not make the decision to benefit themselves in any way. They both believed at the time that they were making the right decision based on the totality of the circumstances that were presented. The Moab Police Department, and specifically Officer Pratt and Officer Robbins, are responsible for the actions or lack thereof as it pertains to this investigation. However, I find it difficult to assign responsibility to anyone other than the person or persons directly responsible for Gabby's death weeks after and several hundred miles away from their August 12th incident in Moab. Hey, MK. Good to see you. Hi, Mo. Hi. He treated Gabby differently and he made a mistake. Right. That's a big mistake though, right? It cost her her life. It's sad. Based on my findings in this report, I would recommend at minimum the following. Both officers be placed on probation. Oh, I didn't know we were going to get this information. Or if they are still on probation, that the probation be extended. A review of Officer Robbins' FTO program to determine if he needs to complete additional time on field training, report writing training at least 8 hours, domestic violence investigation related training, legal training, in addition to attending legal training to ensure officers understand the Utah laws. I would suggest building a stronger relationship with your local prosecutors to where if there are legal questions the officers are unable to answer, they are able to feel comfortable reaching out for additional guidance. A review of the report and approval process previously in which place to determine if more checks and balances are needed. A follow-up with redacted to obtain his statement, regardless of how long it has been and whether or not his statement may be tainted due to the coverage of the case. A review of the software used to transfer files to reduce the risk of photographic evidence being lost in the future. Overall policy review. Implement a lethality assessment protocol and policy in all domestic violence cases. And then we're going to go into exhibits. So this is basically what this person used. Everything that I have used as part of this report or documented myself have included with this report. All of the information will also be placed on a thumb drive. So audio recording, body-worn camera, case reports, written statements, dispatch logs, emailed communication, formal complaint from attorney, a grammar request, Moab City Police Department, body-worn camera notes, Officer Pratt, initial contact with Brian. 𝐕𝐴, hello 𝐕𝐴, good to see you. This isn't right. Many people are charged with crimes and didn't mean to do what they did. Right, Ajem. I don't think Gabby would have made it. Young love can be very harsh. Even if they were both arrested, they would have gotten back together, and being so far away from home, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Well, Ajem says, well, they didn't do their job. Right. Okay, let's read this. Initial contact with Brian. Officer Pratt told Brian they got a call about a male hitting a female and then getting in the vehicle and taking off. Brian replies, I don't want to try and defend myself by saying anything here, but I pushed her away. She gets really worked up and when she does, she swings. Initial contact with Gabby. She said she's having a very stressed morning. Says Brian is her fiance. Asked if he's a good guy and she said, yeah. She said she was really stressed trying to get work done. Said she was apologizing to him after she had thrown a bunch of stuff in the back of the van. She said she gets so stressed out and has OCD. Says she sometimes has a mean attitude, but she's not trying to be mean about straightening things up. She said she was apologizing, but she guess I said it in a mean tone. She said Brian got frustrated with her and locked her out of the van and told her to go take a breather. She said she didn't want to. She said she wanted to get going and said they were out of water. She said their goal was to come here and refill with water. That is such a jerk move. Locking her out of the van. I'm shook. That's messed up. Asked what happened after he locked her out and told her to go take a breather. She said she walked away. He walked away to take his own breather, but she wanted to sit in the car because all her stuff was in there. She said she had been working on something in the car and that is where she wanted to be. Brian told her to just relax for a second, but she didn't want but she didn't want to relax, so she got really mad. He asked what happened next, and she said she told him to drive to get water because she was really thirsty. He asked about a mark on her cheek and points out a mark on her left arm. He asked to see the other side of her face. He asked what happened. She said she wasn't sure what happened, stating it happened really fast. She said she was trying to get back in the car and said his backpack was what got her. He tells her 2 people reported that Brian hit her, saw Brian punch her. She said, to be honest, I definitely hit him first. He asked where she hit Brian. She said she slapped him. He asked how many times, and she said a couple. She said he kept telling her to shut up. He asked what Brian's reaction was to that, and she said after a pause, quote unquote, grab my arm so I wouldn't slap him. He confirms Brian just grabbed her, and she said, yeah. He asked, did he hit you though? He emphasized them needing the truth of what happened. She said, I guess, but I hit him first. As she's saying this, she was obviously becoming more physically emotional. He asked her where Brian hit her. She said, while demonstrating that he grabbed my face, I guess. So then she goes on to say that he didn't hit me in the face while demonstrating a punch to her other arm. Gabby says, like he didn't punch me in the face. She said again that he grabbed her by the face, demonstrating again, and says she can feel there's a cut on her left cheek, stating that when she touches it, it burns. Officer Pratt asked if he had been drinking, and she replied stating, we don't drink. Officer Pratt asked what was with the driving as Officer Robbins saw the van hit the curb. She replied, I hit him. Officer Pratt says while he was driving, she confirms that she was hitting him while he was driving, but not a lot, but yeah. She said it was only for a second and she saw the police car and she demonstrated throwing a punch. She said it was when she saw the lights on in the police car that she hit him and said, you're so stupid. Officer Pratt asked if she's okay and asked if she takes any medication for anxiety or anything. She said no. She said she just does yoga. She confirms that she has a lot of anxiety and OCD. Officer Pratt asked Brian if he usually has a lot of patience with her. She said, ask if Brian usually has a lot of patience with her. She said, yeah, but I get it. It just makes me upset. I know he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot because I have a lot of anxiety and he definitely has anxiety too. Officer Pratt relates to her and gives an example of his current relationship compared with his prior relationship and how if the two both had a lot of anxiety, they can feed off of each other and things can spiral. He tells her he's not trying to tell her how to live her life, but told her to look at the situation she's currently in. I just think if the Moab police would have arrested Brian, I think Gabby would be here today and maybe this would have not happened and it would have been better. Right? Solid man. She knew he would probably do something to her stuff. I know, right? That's why she felt that way. I agree. Gabby's family sued Moab. Yeah. This is just part 2. We did the medical examiner report for Brian. You guys know I'm a document girl. I've always been a document girl here on my channel. But I have the whole thing. I have like every single document. So there's probably going to be like 20 parts to this deep dive. But this is just the investigative report against Moab. But I have it all. I have all of it. I have the whole file. And I'm going to read every single thing. I've seen so many DWI arrests based on someone's driving pattern and then whatever subjective evidence the officer states, they could have easily arrested him or her. They didn't do their job. I agree. I agree with that. I totally agree. Second contact with Brian. Officer Pratt asked Brian if he wants to stand in the shade. He confirms they hadn't been drinking, which Brian agreed. Officer Pratt said after talking to Gabby, initially, they were worried about what kind of guy Brian is, but now it's not so clear-cut. He points out the marks that were noticed on Brian's neck and said there were marks on Gabby's as well. Officer Pratt asked Brian to explain what happened to Officer Robbins, and he goes and looks into the cab of the van and walks back to where Brian is explaining what happened. He gets a drink from the female officer on the scene and takes it back to Gabby. Officer Pratt takes Gabby a Gatorade and asks if she prefers water. Gabby apologized and says she only drinks water, and he goes and grabs her water. He is met up by the female park ranger who asks if Officer Pratt is concerned with the story. He said he wasn't, said she seemed like a sweet girl with a lot of anxiety, and that explains that from Gabby's story, she is a primary aggressor. The female park ranger confirms the circumstances explained by Brian also show Gabby is a primary aggressor. Officer Pratt said he would love to talk with the independent witnesses. He gives the water to Gabby and returns to Brian, who is still speaking with officers. I feel like they assumed and concluded that she was a primary aggressor because she admitted that she hit him first. But what we don't know is what was happening in the car, right? Before that and prior to this incident. We weren't there. They could have been having all kinds of issues and fighting and putting hands on each other prior to this, right? They did. They got a settlement. We're going to read that too. Third contact with Brian. He returns and is on his phone and appears to get the information from one of the independent witnesses and returns to his vehicle to make a phone call to witness redacted. First contact with witness. The witness described seeing them arguing a bit, and something that caught his attention was that they were possibly fighting over a phone. Believes it was her phone, and he was trying to keep her from getting in the van. She said something like, "Why are you being so mean?" He got in the driver's seat, and she was also trying to get in through the same door. She hit him a few more times, like play fighting, nothing like slugs to the face. He felt like something was off and had a weird vibe about it. She forced her way into the vehicle over his lap. Then they drove away. He wasn't confident in the nature of the argument, said it was some sort of disagreement. Wasn't sure why she went through the driver's door. Thought that was strange. He noticed someone else calling it in. 14:20 into the video. Officer Pratt asked if he ever saw the male strike the female. The witness was hesitant and said maybe. Saw a push or shove, but nothing like a full punch in the face or anything. Officer Pratt asked if the shove was an aggressive action or a defensive maneuver. The witness wasn't sure. Said it was just a good question. He wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but it appeared to him that Brian was trying to close off the passenger side of the vehicle, closing things up and put a backpack or something on the back of the vehicle. I'm not sure. Brian was stepping in and she was out trying to get in. He said he didn't see anything that was with him kicking after. He said he didn't see anything that was him kicking after her or hitting her or vice versa. He said it was kind of like a light, and they were laughing, and he wasn't sure if they were just joking around, but it got more strange as he got in the vehicle and about to drive off. Officer Pratt said, "You did see her slapping him, sounds like." He said, "Yes, my memory is he was in the driver's seat and had the driver door open, and she was like kind of hitting him near the arm or maybe in the face with an open hand and was saying to let her in." Officer Pratt thanks him for the independent story, which helped them figure out what was going on. Officer Pratt asked about the written statement, which the witness agrees to and states he would get it written down now before his memory fades. He reminded Officer Pratt that he was just casually observing and something seemed off and talked about it being a bad situation. Officer Pratt makes arrangements for a statement and hangs up the phone. Officer Pratt explains the story to Officer Robbins, stating that the witness statement matches Gabby's statement to include he never saw him hit her, but saw him push her, but didn't know if it was defense of what she was doing or as an aggressive action. Officer Pratt said she climbed over him to get into the vehicle and she was locked out. Officer Pratt explained that unless the male is claiming he is at fault, that the female is a primary aggressor in this situation. Officer Pratt explains that the law states in incidents of domestic violence that they shall arrest. Wait. Officer Pratt explains that unless the male is claiming he is at fault, that the female is a primary aggressor in the situation. Officer Pratt explains that the law states in incidents of domestic violence that they shall arrest. Okay, so right here, Officer Pratt knows the law states, right? But then remember, he didn't know what the code stated. He claims that he didn't read it fully that day, right? He said oh, I didn't read it all. I didn't read through the whole code. But here he says that he knew that they shall arrest. Officer Pratt explains that doesn't necessarily mean someone needs to go to jail, stating that they could release with a citation, one of them being stipulations being that they can ensure the safety of the victim. Officer Pratt states the problem with that is that they live in the same vehicle. Officer Pratt also points out the injury to Brian. Officer Robbins said he was getting conflicting stories on what happened when they hit the curb. Officer Robbins described what he first observed was a van across the double yellow line when the officer was going 42 miles per hour, and he said he was about 2 car lengths behind. Officer Robbins states he was tapping his well siren to get their attention and said they knew he was behind them. The van merged into the right lane and out of nowhere went right into the curb. Brian told Officer Robbins that Gabby grabbed the wheel and turned it real hard, where Gabby said she was hitting Brian in the arm. Officer Pratt states that the truth is usually somewhere in the middle and Brian may be scared to say she hit him out of fear for her going to jail, so it was easier to say she grabbed the wheel. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins that they are going to have to charge her and states there could be a citation if there's no arrangement that can be made to separate them. Officer Pratt also states they need to explain to them the no contact order that would be in place and also inform Brian how to waive the protective order at the Moab City Police Department. Officer Pratt said they should go speak with Brian first regarding what they needed to do. They asked her, did you intend to hurt him when she hit him? She says no, she just wanted him to stop talking. So they said she didn't mean to hurt him. Thanks, Mom Dog, for being here. Officer Pratt asked Officer Robbins about getting pictures. Officer Pratt then explains to Brian discretion when it comes to their job in Utah. They don't have discretion when it comes to domestic violence cases. Officer Pratt brings up the independent witness who validated the story and also brought up there being another witness who would likely validate the story. Officer Pratt explains that even if Brian didn't want to pursue any charges, law enforcement doesn't have a choice. Officer Pratt talked about the challenges with the circumstances as they live together in a van. They are from Florida and there is difficulty in separating them. Officer Pratt explains that they don't want to take her to jail because of her stature and his ability to defend himself, but again explains that they can't discriminate because she's a suspect and a female. They can't treat her any different than if it was the other way around. They don't want to take her to jail because of her stature and his ability to defend himself. What the heck? Officer Pratt asked Brian if he has any ideas on how to separate them and asked if he has any friends in the area. Brian asked, can I go to jail? Officer Pratt said, no, we don't have a charge for you. Brian points to Officer Robbins' waistband and joked about taking his radio. Officer Pratt explains to Brian that he could go to the police department during business hours and fill out a waiver to drop the no contact order so they can be together. Officer Pratt explains that Gabby will have a court date online. From there, it's up to the prosecutor. Brian said he didn't want to pursue anything, stating Gabby was his fiance. He loves her and it was a little squabble. Brian states that he wanted a checklist of things to do and wanted to quote unquote get rid of this. Brian also talks about wanting to get rid of it completely, and Officer Pratt explains the court process and the expectations of what may happen. Officer Pratt brings up again the officers had to follow the law, but the prosecutor could still potentially dismiss the case. Officer Pratt restates again that the first court appearance must happen and Gabby would need to pay bail. Play ball while with making sure she attends and talks about it being good for them since they are traveling and can do it online. Brian said, me and her are a team, and apologized for the situation. Officer Pratt confirms there would be an online court date. Officer Pratt again explains that there will be a no contact order in place, and until Brian went into the police department to sign the waiver, their no contact order would be in place. Officer Pratt explains that what a no contact order means and explains the process to waive it if he does choose to. Officer Pratt brings up the problem with what to do with her, stating that they need to be able to separate them. They explain the option of having one of them get a hotel room and staying separated until Brian could go back to the police department and fill out the waiver. Officer Pratt asked if Brian has friends in the area and where one of them he could stay with. Brian said that they didn't. Officers explained the charge, the difference in booking her into jail and just releasing her with a citation, and talk about the potential charge of violating the no contact order if she were to communicate with him before it is waived. Brian asked if Gabby can take the van and if they would be able to drop him off somewhere. Officers ask about her license and Brian states she has one. Brian asked about being dropped off at Delicate Arch, and officers explained to him the problem with that would be having him walk clear back into town to sign the waiver the next day and having to do that before noon since everyone in the office leaves at noon on Fridays. They talk about, since Brian is determined to be the victim of domestic violence assault, that they had somewhere that they would take him in to stay the night at no charge. Officer Pratt walks away and speaks with Gabby after getting some water. If Gabby can take her own van, oh, thanks, Brian. Right. Right, Jem. I agree. Officer Pratt empathizes with Gabby, stating he was going to speak to her frankly and states that he sees her like his own daughter he has in similar age. Officer Pratt also says he's going to speak to her not so much like the suspect, but a victim who's dealing with a lot of issues in her personal life. Wait, going to speak to her not so much like a suspect, but a victim. That's ridiculous. Officer Pratt talks about the actions of both of them contributing to the circumstances and stating the actions were due to her inability to cope with her anxiety and other issues she's having. Officer Pratt states Gabby is a victim of her issues, and he felt she would have done better in the situation if she possessed the skills to be able to handle it better, but was lacking in those skills. Officer Pratt states that based on what she said, the witness said, and Brian said, that Brian has marks on him and that the witness state was caused by her actions towards him. Officer Pratt explains the fact they can't discriminate against him because she is smaller female and he could easily defend himself against her. Officer Pratt goes into the discretion and what is and isn't allowed under Utah law. Officer Pratt specifically talks about the law and how officers don't have discretion. All they can do is determine who the primary aggressor is, and that person must be charged. Officer Pratt explains to Gabby that they are trying to get Brian a room for the night and she would be able to take the van to avoid her going to jail. Further explaining, Gabby wouldn't qualify for a room since she is the primary aggressor and suspect in the instance. Officer Pratt explains to Gabby that she would be getting a citation and that she would have a court date that she would need to attend online. Gabby becomes physically and emotional and asks, "So I need to come back to Utah?" Officer Pratt explains she would be able to attend the hearing online. Gabby asks if she can just get a ticket or something else. I believe she says for hitting the curb. Gabby is pleading with Officer Pratt, stating they are okay. Officer Pratt explains that if he would just give them both warnings and tell them to stop hitting each other, but they don't have discretion. Officer Pratt stated normally someone would be going to jail, but they were trying to work it out and she could take the van and Brian can go elsewhere. Gabby asked if it was only because someone said that they saw something. Officer Pratt told Gabby there were 2 witnesses and 1 witness is confirmed to be consistent with what she said happened as well. Gabby is crying and says, "I don't want to be separated." Gabby continues to get more emotional, begging for a driving ticket, and this is going to cause so much anxiety. Officer Pratt states that the best thing he could do is call his supervisor to see if he is missing something. Gabby is pleading, stating that she will pay for any type of driving or parking ticket. Officer Pratt asked her to try and calm down and he was going to call his supervisor. Officer Pratt reiterated he didn't think there was anything he could do, but he would be able to do, but he would see if a supervisor would tell him something he may be missing. Gabby continued crying, stating that she couldn't be alone and wouldn't be able to handle it. Officer Pratt walks back to his vehicle where he calls his supervisor. Hey, Courtney, good to see you. It always felt off that the officer deemed her the aggressor. Sometimes I wonder if she had received help that day. Yeah, yeah, I know. We've all been wondering that. It's sad. What a knife through the heart. Poor Gabby. I know. I feel the same way. Contact with the supervisor assistant. Officer Pratt tells Assistant Chief Palmer that a tiny little 20-year-old girl slapped her fiance multiple times and he has a mark on his jaw. Officer Pratt says the 1 witness statement was consistent with Gabby's statement as well as Brian's statement. Officer Pratt tells the story of Gabby getting pissed off. He's trying to separate from her. She's not staying away from him, and there are severe anxiety problems. He locks her out of the van, telling her to go for a walk and cool off, and forced her way in the van, clawing her way past him to be with him. He's shoving her to try to keep her out of the van. She's punching, slapping, everything. She's 105 pounds, soaking wet, 22-year-olds full of anxiety, having a really tough time, not making excuses. It's written in the code. We have a domestic assault here. He's not wanting to pursue it, very adamant against pursuing it. We don't have discretion on these things. Give them a no contact, see if a safe haven place can give them a room, leave her with the van so we don't need to put her in jail. She's really struggling with not being alone without him, and that they want to be together. I told her there's not anything I can do. All is in the written statute. I said the last thing I can do is call a supervisor where this is such a minor. This was like a slap fight and injuries from the fingernail. I just don't know if it's worth the whole domestic thing or not, if it's going to get us in trouble if we don't do it this way. Supervisors talking, can't be heard. Well, they want to, but unless I get some kind of permission, some other way, we have to separate. Yeah. As far as a domestic charge, what do you think? Well, I mean, do the whole thing or not? But is there a way of not doing something like this? I mean, it's so minor. It's hard to say, right? I'm going to go read the statute and just see if it fits or if there's a way it doesn't fit. And if I can find a way that it really is the spirit of the law is being lost on this one. It really is. So let me see what I can find. And if nothing else, then we'll have to separate them, whether she likes it or not. So that was him talking with him on the phone. That's why it was so complicated to read. I love how, and I'm being sarcastic, but how he says, I mean, it's so minor. I don't think any action of domestic violence is minor. I'm shocked the officer does. Hey, Tony, good to see you. They could have arrested him or arrested her, maybe saved her life. We agree. Slap fight, those are okay. Exactly. As far as I'm concerned, that would have probably got that. I think that slap fight, I think that's enough to arrest someone, if you ask me. Really, is there some rule we can? Right. Hey, Bean Bio Girl, good to see you. Good to see you. Looking up the code. Second conversation. Officer Pratt looks up the code and says bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. So let's see. He's not ill. He doesn't have an impairment of physical condition. And if he's not in pain, he asks Officer Robbins, how far you want to go with this? You know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people. The reason why they don't give us discretion in these things is too many times women are at risk, want to go back to their abuser, just wanted him to stop and don't want to be separated, don't want him charged, don't want him to go to jail, and the treatment gets worse and worse and they end up being killed. In no way, shape, or form that I can perceive does what happened here have a little slap fight between fiancés who love each other and want to be together. Can I perceive that this is going to digress into a situation where he's going to be a battered man? Then again, I don't have a crystal ball. Wait, he says this? Second conversation with Officer Robbins. So he literally says those exact words. The reason they don't give us discretion in these things is that too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser, just wanted him to stop and don't want to have to be separated, don't want him charged, don't want him to go to jail, and the treatment gets worse and they end up being killed. So he knows that domestic violence could lead to that, and he still made all of the bunch of bad calls, right? Unethical calls in this case. And then he's saying that he's sorry. I mean, two things can be true at once, but he goes on to say he talked with the assistant chief to see if there's any way to go less than the full forced domestic assault route. And he says, look, either way, either go all the way in or don't. Officer Pratt said he asked, under what circumstance can I not? The only time I cannot is if it doesn't fit. If it fits, then it's the law and you have to do it. Bad calls. Right. Okay, let me get somewhere. Hey, BC girl, glad you made it. Thanks for being here. Says, hey, Melly, I got an email saying I got a membership. Yay! Yay, Suze. Good. I'm glad. Yeah, you got it yesterday. What's up, J Money? Officer Pratt explains that he went and looked at the code for assault. Officer Pratt talks about how they both know what assault is, but talks about how valuable it is to look it up and read it word for word. Officer Pratt then reads the statute for assault. They start talking about the specific verbiage in the code, specifically about it meaning the intent to do bodily harm. Officer Pratt then looked up the definition of bodily injury in the Utah code and reads it again. Officer Robbins points out that Brian had a swollen right eye. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins that the result didn't matter. It was about the intent. And if she intended to cause him pain, illness, impairment, or physical condition. Officer Robbins asked if the definition included attempt and intent or attempt or intent. Officer Pratt replies stating, when you're attempting to do something, you have to intend to do it. Officer Pratt insinuates that intent is synonymous with attempt. Officer Pratt asks Officer Robbins, what was her intent? Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins to speak with Gabby and ask her question regarding the intent behind her actions, stating that whatever Gabby answers will seal her fate. The officers then go to Gabby to speak with her further. Officer Pratt tells Gabby he has a question for her and how she answered the question determined what happened next, and further stating that she was the only one who could give that answer. Officer Pratt continues to tell her Think very hard before you answer. Like, if a cop said that to me, I would be like, excuse me? Well, they wouldn't even be able to because I would have requested a lawyer, but that is rude. Think very hard before you answer. Officer Pratt asked Gabby, by rude, I also mean unethical. Officer Pratt asked Gabby, when you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or impairment? Gabby answers immediately, shaking her head to the side and stating no. Officer Pratt asked Gabby, what were you attempting to do? What was the reason behind slapping and stuff? What were you attempting to accomplish by slapping him? Gabby replies, I was trying to get him to stop telling me to calm down. Officer Pratt then says out loud, well, it doesn't sound like to me she attempted to injure him. Officer Pratt then tells Officer Robbins, it's your call. It's 100% your call. I support you either way. Officer Pratt then walks away where Officer Robbins approaches him a moment later and is also joined by the female park ranger. Officer Robbins states he doesn't entirely believe her. Officer Robbins goes on to explain that Gabby admitted to striking Brian in the arm earlier, which Brian also acknowledged. The female park ranger confirms that she was told by Gabby that Brian was looking at Gabby when Gabby struck him, which was the reason why there were marks on Brian's face that was closest to his window. The female park ranger said Gabby told her she wasn't trying to hurt Brian, but that Brian just wasn't listening to her, and it was her fault that Brian hit the curb because she was distracting him. He doesn't entirely believe her. So he went into this with that concept, right? That he didn't believe her. So Gabby didn't have a chance. Intent is synonymous with right, Ajay. Officer Pratt isn't smart. Melly, you and I would have been arrested an hour ago because yes, Ajay. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. If I intend to kiss your neck, my intent is not to give you but oh, okay. She was probably threatened into saying that. And that's what it goes back to, that statement that that I said was unethical, right? Where he's like, think about how you're going to say that. Think very hard before you answer the question. Like, I'd be like, don't talk to me like that. Like, what do you mean? Those are, you know what? I'm so disappointed. Officer Robbins states he's going to do a crime report on it, won't charge right now, send it off to the city attorney and let them screen it for charges. Officer Pratt tells him that if he does that and they strongly disagree with his decision and they throw a complete fit, you might hear about it in a negative way. Officer Pratt then suggests Officer Robbins to make a decision yourself. The female park ranger states she would rather be dinged for a decision I had made than a decision I didn't make. Officer Pratt states, especially if they think you were completely negligent in your decision. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins that he completely supports him in whatever decision he makes, even if they go as far as taking her to jail. So they were having a full-blown debate, right? They did not know what they were doing. And this conversation is weird. At this point, a call is coming through and Officer Pratt states he better take this. Officer Pratt states he will make the decision and states he is going to cite and go through the process. Officer Pratt asks him if he feels more comfortable taking the other call. Officer Robbins is hesitant either way and states it's basically 50-50. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins that he could also separate them for the night and take no action. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins that if they find each other again, he still separated them and provided Brian's safety. Officer Pratt tells him that if they find each other again, that it's on him. The female park ranger states, you can't babysit them all night. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins he could separate them and let them cool it off until tomorrow. If they don't let it cool off and we hear about it, we'll hear about it. Officer Pratt says there's a continued fighting going on. You already were Mr. Nice Guy. You already gave them a chance. What you can't do by law is separate someone and say, if we hear from you again, we're going to arrest one of you. Stating that if any of them really need help, they may not call the police and you can't threaten them with that. Officer Pratt continues telling Officer Robbins to go full or nothing or somewhere in between and separate them, stating and kind of give them a nod and wink like, hey, stay separated. It's up to you. Officer Pratt then tells Officer Robbins he's going to handle the call that just came in. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins that he has very capable help with him and that he trusts him. Officer Pratt tells Officer Robbins to call if he has any problems. He gets in his vehicle and clears the call and states he is en route to the intoxicated male call. Well, we know that was a huge issue, right? Because Mr. Officer Robbins was supposed to stay with Officer Pratt or vice versa, right? Because one of them was in field training. So that was a big mess up. Hey, Jazz, good to see you. I've never seen this in a domestic situation, right? Moral of the story, listen to the female park ranger, right? The cop acted like a prosecutor. He thought he was a judge in his jury as well. Facts. Super weird for a cop to say. You think hard before you ask me. Right. Take a 5-second pause. It works well in life as a practice. Right. This is bizarre. Is any of this like in the documentary? I'm curious. I haven't watched it. So the optics are not good for us. Yeah, this is so gross. Officer Daniel Scott Robbins. The video starts with the officer stating that the driver of the van was showing some obscure driving and possibly intoxicated, stated that he was going 45 miles. The speed limit in the area was 25. He then reported the van just hit the curb and stated the speed was actually 15 miles per hour. He asked Brian to place the van into park and to set the keys on the dash. He asked for their name and asked why Gabby was crying. Gabby states that she had been fighting this morning, stating there had been personal issues. Brian states it's been a long day and stated they were camping yesterday and apologized for hitting the curb. Gabby says, I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry. He asked Gabby to step out of the van and ask Brian if he can see the keys set the keys on the hood of the car. Brian provides the keys to the officer. He notifies dispatch he has a female separated from the male. He asks Gabby what happened. Gabby is crying and states she has really bad OCD and was straightening up the van and apologizing to Brian for being so mean sometimes. She has OCD, sometimes gets really frustrated. She stated she was apologizing to Brian for being in a bad mood. Gabby said she had so much work she was doing on her computer this morning, and the officer asked what she does for work. Gabby states she used to work at an orange juice bar as a nutritionist, but quit her job to travel across the country and is trying to start a blog. She said she had been building her website and had been really stressed and stated that Brian doesn't really believe she can do any of it, and that was upsetting. Gabby states that they had been fighting all morning and Brian wouldn't let her in the car before. Officer Robin asked why Brian wouldn't let her in the van. Gabby says Brian told her she needed to calm down. Gabby goes on to say she's perfectly calm all the time and states Brian really stresses her out and this has just been a rough morning. Officer Robin tells Gabby that he's going to place her in the back of the car, stating that at this time she isn't in any trouble and isn't going to be in handcuffs. He tells her she will have the air conditioning and allow her time to take a breath and relax a little bit, and then he will return later on and talk to her. He then puts her in the patrol car and returns to the van. Brian asks if he was just talking with his fiance, which he confirms. Officer Robbins asks Brian to step out of the van so they can talk. Officer Robin asks Brian what was going on. Brian states that Gabby gets really worked up sometimes and he tries to distance himself from her. Brian stated he locked the car and walked away from her, and Brian stated that what had happened this morning was Gabby was trying to start up her own website and blog, said he gave her time, but then started saying they had a nice morning, and Brian stated that she got worked up as they were trying to get their day going and go to the arches. Officer Robbins asked Brian to tell him about the scratches on his face. Brian replies, she had her cell phone in her hand and that's why I was pushing her away. Brian talks about locking the van and walking away and suggesting they take a breather. Brian stated that was the only way to calm down from it and stated Gabby was getting worked up. Brian said Gabby had her phone and was trying to get the keys, and that is when he was pushing her away. Brian said he knew he shouldn't push her, but stated he was just trying to push her away, stating that they needed to take a minute and step back and breathe. And then he pointed to the area near his right eye and said, she got me with her phone. Officer Robin asked to look at Brian's hand and points a scratch on his left hand. Brian states that's from a wire. Officer Robbins asked Brian about hitting the curb. Brian states that while demonstrating that hitting the curb was from Gabby grabbing and turning the wheel. Brian and Gabby said, I can't believe we're getting pulled over. Oh, Brian said to Gabby, I can't believe we're getting pulled over, and grabbed the wheel. Officer Robin asked about his speed, and Brian states he knew he was going fast and said it was probably adrenaline from getting pulled over, and Gabby grabbing the wheel, and said he was still shaken up. Brian said if he sped up, then he was sorry about that. Brian added if he was speeding beforehand, he was also sorry about that. Officer Robin stated that it took him a little bit to catch up, and Brian apologized again, stating he headed into the park to get water, stating that they have 6-gallon water container to fill up for their upcoming hike. Brian continued stating that he was trying to keep everything calm and quiet because there was still plenty of time to go for their hike. Officer Robbins asked Brian to sit on the curb after ensuring there was no weapons on him. Officer Robbins asked Brian for his ID, which he said it was in the van. Officer Robbins said that was okay and collected his name and date of birth. He then runs the information through dispatch. Officer Robbins then goes and stands next to Officer Pratt, who is interviewing Gabby. The interaction while standing with Officer Pratt is already documented. Things don't make sense. The police were biased from the beginning. I agree. There are mutual toxic relationships, but I believe that's not the case with theirs. I think it's toxicity and aggression about her toxic defense mechanism, if that makes sense. That does make sense. I agree with that, MK. I agree with that. This is word for word what was on 2020. Really? Haven't seen that either, Gem. I'll have to watch that too. Officer Pratt walks away to speak with Brian, and Officer Robbins continues to interview with Gabby. Officer Robbins states that he heard Gabby say she was hitting Brian in the arm while they were driving. Officer Robbins asked Gabby if she grabbed the steering wheel at the time, or at all. Gabby stated she did not touch the steering wheel, but only for like a second. I just saw the lights come on and demonstrated the punch she did to Brian while stating, "You're an idiot." Officer Robbins asked again if she grabbed the steering wheel at all, and she shook her head to the side and said, no, I did not touch the steering wheel at all. Officer Robbins states he's going to shut the door and ask Gabby if she has enough air or if she needed him to turn it up. Gabby asks Officer Robbins for water. He walks to the female ranger to get water. Officer Robbins asked Brian to start at the beginning and tell him again what happened. Brian stated that they had been inaudible for the last week or so and stated that flies had been pretty intense and stated the flies had definitely been getting to her, further stating that his feet are also dirty. He stated their little squabble started while they were hanging out at the coffee shop. When they got back into the van, there was some little dirt at the back of the van. Brian stated he moved their food around and interrupted by the female officer taking a drink to Gabby. And Brian stated there was a little disagreement here. He continued stating that this was the beginning and added again that Gabby was getting a little worked up. Dirty feet. Thank you, BC girl. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here and supporting. Thank you. That means a lot. I wonder if he said sorry after he killed her. That's so sad. Officer Robbins asked what the disagreement was about. Brian then stated he wouldn't even call it a disagreement, but stated again he had dirty feet and stated they were at the coffee shop for so long, stating that they were there from 9 to 3 and stated it was little few things, adding they were relationship things, and stated to Officer Robbins he didn't know if Officer Robbins was in a relationship, but again stated it was just little relationship things. Brian continued stating they weren't physical before the point Brian said to let's just take a breather, and stated he would lock the van up and they would go for a walk and about a block in different directions, then come back to the van. What is with the dirty feet? I'm just curious. Brian, oh, because he was like a barefoot walker, right? Is that what it was? Well, I don't know how I feel about that. Brian, no judgment, but personal preference. Please wear your shoes. Because of her OCD. Right, Heather. Right. This is weird. You're right. Brian stated she was worked up and had her phone in her hand as well as her keys. Then added it wasn't the keys. It was her phone and her rings that were in her fingers. Brian stated that he had the keys because he didn't want her to go anywhere. He said he didn't have his phone. Then he said he doesn't really have a phone and was worried about her leaving without him and he would be left on his own. Brian continued stating that he said, let's just go for a walk, and stated Gabby was trying to get the keys from him and that it is when he demonstrated pushing her away and stated, this is when she hit me. Brian stated he didn't really get physical, but stated he was just trying to push her away and not get hit. Brian said this is when he got really loud and stated this is probably when they drew everyone's attention and when he was yelling, back up, get away, just give me a ... Officer Robbins asked about the scratches near his eye and what caused that. Brian stated it was the phone. Officer Robbins tried clarifying by stating that Brian had pushed her when she hit him. Brian corrected him and said Gabby had already jumped on him and was swinging when he pushed her and added that she had a lot of rings on and nails would have caused the injuries. The male park ranger points out there are scratches on the left side of his neck, on the left side of his nose, a scratch near the center of his face, and a bruise and bleeding on the right side of the head. Officer Robbins then asked Brian to pull up his right sleeve and notices further injury near his right bicep tricep. Officer Robbins asked what the injury is from, and Brian stated, "I suppose fingernails, but I'm not complaining." I don't know what that means, sir. What does that mean? Are you trying to be dirty? And you know what? I have to say something. These injuries, I can't ignore the fact that these injuries on Brian are somewhat serious, right? Which is why Gabby got the primary aggressive charge. But I question, like, for her to do that, I think he was doing more than just telling her to shut up and or to calm down. You know, like, I think it was more than that, because why would she do all of that? Like, there's obviously stuff that we don't know, and that's sad. Those are probably older injuries. He probably had dirty elbows too. A gem. Good to see you, Heather. Hello, Night. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Sometimes his fingernails somewhere. Oh, really? So he was just like a dirty little guy? I'm not trying to be mean. Okay, let me see. But I'm not complaining. Okay, so he's not complaining. Officer Robbins, was that like a sexual joke? Officer Robbins asks if it is bruised or tender, and Brian states no and continues by stating, "I'm fine. I love Gabby. I hope she doesn't have too many complaints about me," while pointing towards the direction she is at. Brian added that he felt bad about getting so loud, that stated he was just trying to get some distance. He said, "I was trying to make her calm down," and said he pointed out to her that everyone's watching. Officer Robbins then leaves to go talk with Officer Pratt, because he's busy, and he returns to Brian and says he has more questions. That part is like concerning. I hope she doesn't have many complaints about me. You mean you hope she doesn't spill the beans about how abusive you are? That's like what I'm getting. Like, isn't that what, don't you guys agree with that? Like, she's a tiny woman. Yeah, like 105 pounds, right? Probably. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. She's a tiny woman. For her to cause injuries like that would have taken a F, right? He's a liar. Solomon says, "I do understand that Gabby would want the van to be clean and she did not want the dirt in the van. I expect that any woman in here would like," right? He smelled like BO. That's funny. Officer Robbins asked Brian if he takes any medications. Brian stated he doesn't, but Gabby has told him in the past that he should take Xanax or something like that because he has anxiety, high anxiety. Officer Robbins asked if he is normally hyper. Brian asked if he seems like he is. Brian stated that his heart rate jumped when he saw the lights. The male park ranger asked, and Officer Robbins asked if Gabby takes any medication that he is aware of. Brian replies while laughing, "She's just crazy." Then immediately dismisses it and says he was just kidding. Brian stated Gabby doesn't take any medication he was aware of. Officer Robbins leaves and walks back to Gabby. Officer Robin asks Gabby for her personal information and runs it through dispatch. This is when he misspells her name. Remember the previous part? While he was waiting to hear back from dispatch, there's small talk with Brian and the male park ranger about irrelevant stuff that isn't worth documenting. Why is irrelevant stuff not even worth document in this happening in this arrest or this event? Officer Pratt returns to Officer Robin and states he just spoke to a witness, and they go off together to discuss what the witness stated. Conversation between the officers. This information is already documented from prior video observations. After speaking together, they both walk over to Brian and continue talking with him together, which is already documented. They are together until 33:15 when Officer Robbins makes a call to try to get arrangements for Brian to stay somewhere. Officer Robbins returns to Brian while Officer Pratt is now speaking with Gabby. He tells Brian that they are making arrangements for him to leave or for him to have a place to stay, and Brian is obviously physically and emotional and about it and thankful for their help. Officer Robbins starts empathizing with Brian and brings up his own relationship and the anxieties between him and his wife. That was one of the complaints, right? Brian adds that sometimes he just has to walk away. Officer Robbins states he isn't going to try and give him life advice, as Brian has been on this earth almost as long as he has. Officer Robin apologizes for everything that has happened to Brian and Gabby and Gabby and Brian. Brian is thankful and asks if he can make himself a little bag of stuff if they're going to be taking him somewhere. The male park ranger assists Brian with this while the Officer Robbins returns to Officer Pratt and the female park ranger. The phone call is with the person that they are using to help get a room for Brian. He provides Brian's information and a brief synopsis of what had occurred. He is on the phone and advises she will be getting charged with domestic assault and a protective order will be temporarily in place. He is on the phone call for a few minutes and then returns to the van to speak with Brian. He explains that since he is a victim in this case, he asked about taking photographs of the injury Brian sustained from the incident. The officer is taking photographs when the female park ranger walks up and asks about getting Gabby's cell phone. Brian gets a cell phone for the park ranger and then returns where more photographs are taken. He takes pictures of his face, his arms, his hands, and neck. He then asks Brian to lift his shirt so he can see if there are any further injuries. When he lifts his shirt up, it looks like there's a long red scratch underneath his left pec, but the officer doesn't take a picture of it. Body size doesn't always correlate with agility and strength. They were both small. I agree. I need to watch that. Brian called Gabby as soon as they dropped him off at the hotel. Really? I didn't know that. That's super shady. He explains to Brian he's still working on getting Brian a place to stay and it will be a bit longer before they can secure that. He explains that they will still have a few minutes that they need to cite Gabby and provide her with the information she will need. He leaves Brian to the male park ranger and then walks back and makes contact with the female park ranger. The female park ranger stated that the female was calling her parents to try and feel better. She said that Gabby doesn't want to have to spend a night without Brian and was struggling. The officer stated that she didn't have a choice in the matter, and the female park ranger agreed and said the other officer went to call a supervisor. Officer Robbins returns to the vehicle where Officer Pratt is, where they have a conversation about the code verbiage that we heard earlier. They return and speak with Gabby, and this information is already documented, which we already saw. Officer Robbins gets a picture of his driver's license and collects Brian's driver's license and collects redacted. Brian shows the officer his phone that has the number. Interesting, whereas before he stated he didn't really have a phone. Officer Robbins leaves and returns to Gabby. So he lied about having a phone. He collects Gabby's phone number and asks for her ID, which is still in the van. Gabby tells Officer Robbins where it is, and the female park ranger walks towards the van. Officer Robbins tells Gabby he has decided not to cite Gabby for domestic violence, assault, and that she isn't getting charged with anything. Officer Robbins tells Gabby that he does have to separate them for the night and wants them away from each other where they can relax. Officer Robbins tells her that she will be taking the van and that Brian is getting lined up with getting a hotel room. He tells them to stay away from each other. He said he wants them to have a chance to get away from each other, breathe and talk to their parents, etc. Female park ranger returns and officer gets a picture of her ID. The phone call doesn't last long, and it sounded like there was a place from across. This is the third phone call from 7-Eleven. Fifth contact with Gabby. He returns again and tells Gabby that Brian has a hotel room for the night. He tells Gabby he has to keep them separated, but states he can pass a message to him if she would like. Wait, they're separated, but you're having them pass a message to each other? Why? That's like further contact. I thought you were trying to avoid them having further contact. He asks if Gabby wants him to tell Brian she loves him and she'll see him tomorrow. Gabby agrees and tells Officer Robbins to tell Brian not to forget a phone charger. 7, contact with Brian. I saw something the other day and this lady was on about Brian. She thinks it's total BS that he's deceased. Oh, that's a theory. She picked him up that night. There was a report. He was obsessed with controlling her. I agree, BC girl. I agree. Melly, I'm speculating, saying he contacted her, but I think it's logical to assume. I think they did, a gem. We can speculate that. I can agree with that. I don't think they stayed away from each other. That was before they let them go at the end of their detainment, Melly. Yeah, so many red flags. Officer Robbins returns to Brian and tells him that he had a hotel room for him tonight. Brian is appreciative. Officer Robbins tells Brian that Gabby says she did not intend to hurt him when she was slapping him, so she technically speaking, it does not fit the letter of the code. So he's not charging her with domestic violence assault case. He tells Brian that he's releasing both of them, but didn't want them to see each other tonight. He tells Brian that Gabby agreed to it, and he told Brian to take the opportunity to take some time from themselves. Officer Robbins then tells Brian and Gabby said she loves him and not to forget her phone charger. Officer Robbins asked Brian not to have any communication with Gabby tonight, then says to try not to have any communication with each other. He then asks Brian to stand by the park ranger's truck as he's going to walk Gabby over to the van. Officer returns to Gabby and tells her not to communicate with Brian tonight unless there's an earth-shattering emergency news. He said Brian is going to a hotel and he gives Gabby the keys to the van. Gabby asked if it was going to be a far drive for her to get him in the morning. Officer tells her that she isn't going to say where he is going, and Gabby said that was fine. Gabby was just concerned as she doesn't usually drive the van and wanted to make sure it wasn't too far. The officer is walking Gabby over to the van and stops her and tells her where she can go and get a list of places to go shower if she's looking for a place to do that. He wishes Gabby well, reminds her not to communicate with Brian, and leaves Gabby with the van. He returns to Brian and tells him to go ahead and jump in the backseat of the vehicle. Officer Robin thanks the park rangers for the help. He gets in the vehicle and then lets dispatch know he's taking the mail to the Bowen Hotel. He tells Brian that it was his request, but it is not legally required to hold to it, that he asked them not to communicate tonight. He then has a conversation talking about on his own wife and her anxiety and what helps her, and tried to help Gabby with some suggestions. Talked about his wife being on medication and stated within a week his wife was considerably different and made her quality of life better. He asked how long Brian and Gabby had been together. Brian stated they had known each other since high school, but they had been together for 3 years. Not sure I heard him say 3, but I didn't know the rest. That was one of the complaints, right? In the beginning of the report was that he was talking about his wife and mental health and medications, and that was not legal. The car ride, they have small talk, talking about driving places they've been. Brian said they were going to be heading to Oregon to visit one of her family members or friends. Brian asked about the national parks to visit, where they talk about multiple parks in California. Drops him off. This is a 911 audio. Reporting party wants to report domestic dispute. The dispatcher asks what they were doing, and the caller states, "We drove by and the gentleman was slapping the girl." Had they stopped and the two ran, he said they stopped and the two ran up the sidewalk where he proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off. The caller describes the vehicle with a license plate. The dispatcher asks for his name, and which he states is redacted. Dispatch asks for his phone number, which is redacted. Radio traffic. I don't know if we need to read this. The dispatcher beeps the tone and alerts law enforcement about a male hitting a female and then leaving the area of the Moonflower and heading north on Main Street, and provides the vehicle description. Officer Pratt asks for the phone number of the reporting party. An unknown officer states that they spoke to another witness who stated there was a full-size backpack attached to the rear of the vehicle. Officer Pratt states he is clear the Moonflower and looking for the vehicle. Officer Robbins asked dispatch to run both occupants, both returning, and dispatch will not be able to find any driver's license information. Officer interview notes. Assistant Chief Palmer. Ooh. The questions are in regard to your cell phone conversation with Officer Pratt while he was on the scene with a domestic violence incident between Gabby and Brian. There will also be questions regarding report approval process as well as any other knowledge that may relate to this case. It's crazy his parents found him. Yeah, I think the parents are, so they should be arrested, in my opinion. Hey, 𝗂𝐿𝐴, good to see you. Sorry if I missed you. I wouldn't be surprised about that. This is what long-term victims of domestic violence mentally become from the years of trauma. It doesn't start physical, it starts psychological. They break you mentally, and then the physical starts. Right, Smog Dog. 𝗂𝐴. Detention for 𝗂𝐴. Good to see you. When the officer got to the laundry home and refused, yeah, me too. It's possible. I don't think he's hanging with 𝗃 or anything. Right. Okay, so this is what who was this? Assistant Chief Palmer. Question: when you spoke with Officer Pratt while he was on the scene, did you record your conversation, or was there anyone else around that heard the conversation? It was not recorded, and if anybody was there, I don't know. Potentially my wife. She was the only person around. He stated he was actually home on paternity leave when he received the call. 2. Officer Pratt called Assistant Chief Palmer and gave a brief synopsis of what happened and said he told Gabby there was nothing he could do as it was written in the statute. Officer Pratt says, the last thing I can do is call a supervisor where there is such a minor like this with a slap and fight and injuries from a fingernail. I just don't know if it's worth the whole domestic thing or not, if it's going to get us in trouble if we don't do it this way. And then Assistant Chief Palmer replies with, no, I don't. To that, I don't remember. I don't know if I really have much of a response to that. I'd imagine based on Officer Pratt's response on 3, we probably had a brief conversation on the two parties' willingness, obviously, to cooperate, and if there was interest in charges, or not. If they were willing to separate, I know that was part of our conversation. After I received the synopsis, I think it's important to note that my initial is, Officer Pratt is a seasoned officer. He has more years of experience than I do. I refer to him in state statutes, look at the code, see what fits, and then our policy as well. 3, Officer Pratt, well, they don't want to, but unless I got some kind of permission, some other way, we have to separate, yeah. Assistant Chief Palmer says, probably would have said yes, they should have been separated, but that again, I would refer to the state statute and policy as far as making a determination. I've never been a supervisor that tells somebody to do this or that, especially when I'm not there. Call me and give me a synopsis. I'm probably just going to err on the side of policy and state law, right? 4, when Officer Pratt says, as far as the domestic assault charge, what do you think about that? Assistant Chief Palmer says, kind of the same thing. I'm not there. Review state law and policy and make determination based on what you're seeing and what you think. I don't think Assistant Chief Palmer is being very helpful. 5, Officer Pratt, well, and Assistant Chief Palmer says, I did what I would have responded to. Officer Pratt says, do the whole thing or not? Assistant Chief Palmer says, don't know. I would have responded. Officer Pratt says, but there is a way of not doing something like this. It's so minor. Chief Palmer says, I would imagine we did have a conversation about the injuries and that they were minor and that it sounded like a tough decision to make, but they're the ones on the scene. I'm not. Officer Pratt, it's hard to say, right? ? Officer Pratt, I'm going to go reread the statute and see if it fits or if there's a way it doesn't fit. And if I can find a way that it is, because it really is, this is the spirit of the law is being lost on this one. It really is. So let me see what I can find. And if nothing else, then we'll have to separate them whether she likes it or not. Chief Palmer, I said, yep, that's what I would do. Reread and review the statute and make a decision. I need to sneeze. I thought I needed to sneeze. Cheaper for the parents to get him out of the Dodge and pay for all his trial expenses. Yeah, I have theories about that. Hey, Kim. Good to see you. I'm glad you made it. Legal fees are expensive. I think he was encouraged to go. The use of discretion seems quite suspect, right? Parents do need to be arrested, Kim. Yeah, I said that earlier. Absolutely. Okay, 10. I told him that the Officer Pratt talks to Officer Robbins and he tells Officer Robbins that Assistant Chief Palmer told him that if it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then Chief Palmer replies with, right. What is a report approval process with the Moab City Police Department? Chief says, the situation, so you have Officer Robbins who is on field training and Officer Pratt who had been a field training officer. Ideally, the field training officer takes a look at the report before it's submitted. They go over it and the report is then submitted and comes to the first line supervisor, which generally is a sergeant. We were in the middle of the promotional process, a little bit different. But from there, the initial supervisor, the first line supervisor, reviews the report. If corrections need to be made, they reject it back to the officer. If no corrections need to be made and they felt that the report was complete, they would then approve it, and it goes to our records. They do some reviewing there as well. And then obviously if it's an active case, it would go whichever attorney it needed to go to. If not, then it's closed or no action was taken on it, then that's it. I asked what type of record review does on what type of review records does on reports. Chief says, records review the reports for completeness as far as all the boxes filled out and linking it to any reports that they need to be. I asked if the highest up the reports are reviewed for content is with a sergeant. He confirmed that this is accurate. Do officers have access to body-worn camera video when preparing case reports? Yes, we run Axon, so if you're out and about, you have access to through the app. Axon has an app you can review it prior to being uploaded to the server. Otherwise, after it's uploaded to the server, they would still have access. Question 15, are you aware if there's any body-worn camera footage of the contacts with the witness redacted? No, I'm not aware that there's not. And that would be the initial response to the Moonflower. I said yes, the initial response to the Moonflower, and then the follow-up to get the statement. He said not that he was aware of. 16, did you ever see any of the photographs of the injuries or driver's license that were taken by Officer Robbins? I did not. Does Moab Police Department have victim pamphlets to hand out for domestic violence cases? For domestic violence, yes. Do you have anything you think was important to add? He says, I don't think so. I think the body cam video shows kind of, the gist of our conversation. Like I said, I'm on paternity leave, and so I wasn't wholly, but ultimately my recommendation was to review state statute and policy, which is exactly what happened. They looked at the code and made a determination. I often thought mommy was strangely think for her son. That's why she was jealous of Gabby. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. They still don't act right. They don't. What legal strategy is that? If it fits, it fits, then it doesn't, right? The father was absent emotionally. The family was sickos. I agree. I'm not a fan at all. At all. They are liars and they're complicit. Officer Daniel, interview notes. Question, how many years of law enforcement experience do you have, and how long have you been with the Moab City Police Department? 5 months. Field training officer ended at the beginning of September. Probation lasts for a year. Two, did you have access to your body-worn camera and dispatch call information when preparing your report? Body cam, yes. I didn't have the 911 call or anything like that. What about dispatch notes? I don't recall. Who was this? Officer Daniel Robbins. What system do you guys use? FatPot. So on FatPot, are you able to see the dispatch notes? Some, not all notes get posted. Not all things are posted on there. We can't like click on a link and hear the 911 call or anything. 6, did you review your body-worn camera prior or during the time you were preparing your report? I want to say yes, but I almost can't tell you yes for sure. I don't remember. I mean, it's been 3 months now almost. That's a dumb answer. How many calls are you aware of that were made to dispatch regarding this incident? Just one. How many witnesses were you aware of regarding this incident? Did you speak to any of them? One witness I was able to make contact with, redacted, he wasn't sure his last name. I later found out that the witness I thought was on the 911 caller was not. And so I'm going to say 2. We read that earlier, right, in the conclusion that he had got a statement from the wrong person. Clearly, he did not know what he was doing. Yeah, a normal person would be like, where is Gabby? How were you notified about the incident? Radio traffic. Do you remember the general information that came out? Active domestic, both parties in vehicle, turned right off 100 North onto Main Street. They were headed northbound. They had a license plate and vehicle description. 11, in your report, you state that redacted observed Brian and Gabby arguing over the phone. Did you investigate this further by speaking with Brian or Gabby about it? He replies with no. What he saw, if I recall correctly, that they were having a verbal dispute, and he saw the aftermath that led up to them getting into the vehicle, and he wasn't sure what exactly was being said. In your report, you state, redacted observed Gabby climbing into the van via the driver's side window. When and to who did redacted report this specific information? He says, to me on the day I got his written statement. Then the contact when you got the written statement, was that recorded? He says, I really don't recall that at the top of my head. There's a chance that it was, though. He says, I went on a really long drive out to his house to go speak with him, but I also know that I was there for a long time. I really don't recall. Would that be something there would still be access to if it was recorded? He replies with yes. As far as the context you have as part of your job, is it normally something you would do or required to do is activate your body camera? That's something I normally do. You state redacted said he was not entirely sure what it was that he had seen, but feared the worst. You collected a witness statement from redacted that explained a lot what he said he observed. What exactly was redacted referring to in your report? Quote unquote, he was not entirely sure what it is he had seen. Officer Robbins replies, something that does not come to my mind that he said he was concerned about it being human trafficking type of thing. He was really wishy-washy about it. He wasn't sure if it was a couple of kids having a verbal argument. If it were, went from best case scenario of the situation, of course, somebody having a verbal argument, or worst case scenario. So he was worried about it being a worst case scenario. I clarified that redacted wasn't sure about the big picture or the circumstances of the incident, but was sure of what he actually saw physically. Yes. In your report, you state Brian got into the van and Gabrielle had gone into a manic state. What is your understanding of what that means, and how do you know she did this? He responds, manic means they are not in the right state of mind, aren't doing things that people would normally do, like crawl in through the driver's seat window across their boyfriend. And he said that she had been kind of in and out of those states throughout the last few days due to those arguments. The way he described it to me was that there were the set of mind she was in when she climbed in the car. So if Gabby had been acting some type of way already, then there was probably a lot of stuff going on, like verbal abuse prior to this. Yes, BC girl. Thank you. Thank you. The relationship was very toxic. Both Brian and Gabby were afraid to be alone. I think in the end, Gabby would have left Brian. She probably did the day she was killed. Yeah, and I know she texted her ex-boyfriend too, right? I think that is a lot of what set her off, in my opinion. Mom was just glad. Ugh. When I hear mention of the parents, I immediately think of the footage of them roaming the backyard like Roman. Yeah, we're going to watch that. He was literally driving her crazy. I think so. And verbal abuse is just as bad as physical, right? And mental, like it's just as bad. It makes you go emotional and feel very shitty. So as far as stating she went into a manic state, was that something that Brian actually said, or something that you concluded? He says, I haven't sat down and watched my body cam. I don't remember. I was also still on FTO and not very good at writing reports. So I'm probably guilty of putting possible speculation in there. And he doesn't remember? Like, why is this guy a cop? In your report, you state Brian and Gabrielle, thinking he was going to leave her in Moab without a ride, went to slap him. As Gabrielle started to swing, Brian pushed her away to avoid the slap. As a result, Gabby off balance, but still caught Brian's face with some fingers, causing some minor visible scratches. Do you recall what the actual information was that was provided to you by Brian? He says no. The reason I ask this, I reviewed the video in its entirety 3 or 4 times and took notes as I was going through it. And it's the reason I asked the last question was I never heard him say anything about her being manic. As far as Gabby being scared that he was going to leave her in Moab, I haven't been able to find anything. I heard him say that he was worried about her leaving him, but I haven't seen. And then Officer Robbins says, I might have mixed those up. Question. As far as the act of how the scratches happened about her and starting to swing and Brian pushing her away and she was being off balance, and that's the things that I haven't heard. I got the injuries are there was swinging or whatever, but as far as the story of how it happened, I haven't been able to see that's, and he says, I was trying to piece it together because their stories were all over the place, as I'm sure you saw. They weren't exactly this event happened, this event happened, this event happened. It wasn't this event happened, and then 20 minutes later, this event happened, and then 3 days ago, this event happened. So I was trying to put everything together. In your report, you stated, I observed some small scratches to Brian's arm, and when I asked him about them, he supposed it must have happened when Gabby was trying to get his attention about me being behind them with my lights. This, however, was not consistent with Gabby's statement, further suggesting her confused and emotional state. What exactly was not consistent with Gabby's statement? Officer Robbins responds, if I remember correctly, Brian said that she grabbed his arm, or she said that he grabbed his arm. Anyways, the conflicting stories where one said he was being hit in the shoulder and the other one said that his arm was grabbed and that's what caused him to swerve and hit the curb. Something along the lines of that, at least. In your report, you document that Gabby would have told you she hit him in the arm, and his statement was that she pulled him on the steering wheel, When you asked Brian about the scratches, he said he must have happened when Gabby was trying to get attention. So as far as not being consistent, it's not really consistent with with Brian stating, not with what Gabby is saying happened. No response. You mean Gabby's confused and emotional state? What else do you recall Gabby being confused about? Officer Robbins, it didn't seem that she understood why we were there or the way things could appear from the outside. She was obviously very emotional, crying, not wanting to talk to her mom on the, wanting to talk to her mom on the phone. She was on the phone with her mom for the majority of the conversations we were having. She just didn't seem fully coherent to the world, not like she was intoxicated or under the influence, but her mind went into a black zone, so to speak. Like the black we have to fight back in law enforcement. You state in your report, I do not believe the situation escalated to the level of domestic assault as much as that of a mental health crisis. Please explain how you reached this conclusion. He states, with the information I had at hand, since what I've learned since then, at the time, it seemed like someone had gone into a panic state and it was more emotional. I don't know what's going on, and overreaction to what they perceive being directly in front of them. Just because you have somebody with their hand up doing this doesn't mean they're attacking you, but that was the way it was being perceived was that they were being attacked. And I think that's what ultimately caused the breakdown that day of all the other fights they had told me about over the last few days or weeks or whatever it was. With what had happened that day, I think it kind of just sent her over the edge. And you have to remember, I'm going off the information that I had that day, that it's what it appeared to have been at the time. Question, how would you quantify the two? He says, I was looking at trying to fix the problem and figuring out what was the underlying problem was. That day, it didn't seem like it was an ongoing issue of an assault, but an ongoing mental health issue that occurred, and that's what caused the domestic. So if he really truly believed it was a mental health issue, why take him to a hotel and let her go? Shouldn't you have maybe took her to the hospital, had the van towed, and sent Brian off to a hotel? I don't know. Because a slap only leaves a little mark for a little while. The words stay with you forever. Right. Gaslighting can leave unseen scars. Right. Cat Randall. The feeling of walking on eggshells is the worst, in my opinion. I agree. Definitely a cop copying out. Right. Come on. Good evening, Tasman. No. I think Gabby always felt that way. Yeah, I think so too. I think there was so much going. I can only imagine too. But exceptions can be made. Oh, okay, yeah. I think the whole trip was awful for Gabby, but she didn't want to admit it. I know. She was totally a victim, right? She didn't want to be without him. She had become so, reliant on him, and they're on the road together, and I think he was swinging at her, grabbing her, and swerved. I think so, too. That's why I said we don't know what happened right before that situation with the steering wheel. She seemed extremely timid to me, not the type. Right. Yeah, I don't know who Pratt thinks he is. They could have placed them both in the same hotel. Right. Melly, if Brian and Gabby was fighting long thing, I would broke up with her before the trip, having this happen on the trip. Right, exactly. She seemed like the perfect victim. They say grabbing her face is the one to step away from. Right. He made her believe she couldn't do it without him. He weaponized it and used it against her. I agree, Kim. I agree. Okay, question. If the incident was more of a mental health crisis, why did you not get in touch with mental health professionals? Oh my gosh, we literally just said that. That day was very busy. Calls were stacking up left and right. Mistakes were made. It completely slipped my mind. I didn't even think about it. It was the stress of the situation, the stress of everything else going on. It wasn't until I got off work that I went. We talked about that, right? Like, oh my gosh, now he's saying he's overworked. Why is that Gabby's problem? And that's a dumb excuse. At any point during your interactions with Gabby, did you ever notice any injuries to Gabby? If I remember right, she had a small scratch on one of her cheeks. Did you ask her how she got that? I don't remember. I know that I didn't spend much time talking to her. Officer Pratt spent the majority of time talking to her while I was dealing with Brian. Did you ask Brian about the scratch on Gabby's cheek? Again, I don't remember. I do remember something about, I don't know who told it to me. I don't know when I found it out. I know that it was in the time frame of this event. Of course, one of them told me about Brian grabbing her face and that that's what he used to push her back by. So again, that was one of the complaints, right? Why didn't you take pictures of her injuries? If you're grabbing someone's face and pushing them, that is absolutely putting your hands on someone. That is absolutely domestic violence. Overthinking. He needed to stay in his lane. When you provided dispatch the names and dates of birth of Brian and Gabby, from watching the body cam, you only asked for 29s when you asked for that information. Does dispatch typically, if only asked for 29s, will they let you know about 27 information? Only when it's requested. The first one with Brian, you asked 29 information. They got back to you and said they couldn't find anything and you couldn't find anybody with his name and date of birth. I wasn't sure if they automatically checked driver's license information as well as what they answered. With Gabby, when you collected her information, they came back over the radio and said negative on 29s and unable to locate a 27. With them not being able to find a 27, why didn't you verify the information? Officer Robbins says, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I could only speculate as to why. I can tell you this. The driving statuses weren't on my highest priority list. I offered my advice and said, if they are unstable to locate 27 information, you either didn't get the right information, whether or not it's them lying to you or misunderstanding it, not the right state, etc. If dispatch is unable to find 27 information and they say they have driver's license, then something is wrong, especially if you're going for warrants, if you're looking for warrants or protective orders. If you don't have the right information, you're not going to be able to find the information if it's there. I definitely learned a lot since that day. I'm not going to lie to you. Well, Officer Robbins, it's a little too damn late. All right. You already made some unethical calls that were detrimental to the case. That's why the family won the lawsuit. And that's why Gabby is not here, as long as, as well as Brian being a murderer. Mary developing and reinforcing their own trauma bond. I'm sure they really do care. I'm guessing you didn't catch when you were collecting her information and you read back some of the letters, you read it back wrong and she didn't hear you read it back wrong. Do you remember that you collected the last name of Petito rather than Petito? He says, I don't remember that, but I can tell you this. That earpiece I had at the time was garbage. I couldn't understand everything, and it was really hard to talk to somebody and listen to that because it's required to pay attention to. It's very possible that I got the wrong information and sent that across. That could have been the problem behind the 27, 29 discrepancies. Every trauma bond is unique and individual, right? Kat says there's a thing about screwing up. It's supposed to be accountability. Right. Facts. You are saying straight facts. Right. I wish more people knew that. You took several pictures of this incident, most of which were Brian and then both of their driver's license. Why did you not take any picture of Gabby's injuries? I don't know. Again, like I said, Officer Pratt was taking the majority of the conversation with Petito, and I just made an assumption that he did. Why did you not upload the photos with the report? The one that to this day I still don't know. That one to this day I still don't know. His response is, you don't know why they weren't uploaded? I could have sworn I did. I'm generally good about uploading pictures that I take, and for whatever reason I missed. He could have gotten appropriate training from when this was to now. I don't knock that, but like I would be very uncomfortable if this officer was still working with the police department. I don't know, maybe like put him in the warrants department. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm just the bad choices he makes based on like ethics, like they're supposed to do. I just feel like those were bad calls, you know, and I don't know. I guess it's okay. And if they get more training, I don't know. I feel some type of way about that. You don't know when they were uploaded. I already read that one. Where are the photos now? They're not on my phone. I looked for them and looked for them and looked for them. Are you aware of policy, whether or not it says about using your personal cell phone to take photographs? I checked my personal cell phone too. I don't have them on there. Don't delete pictures on my cell phone. So you're issued a department cell phone? Yes. That's the one you used to take pictures with? Yes. While checking for injuries on Brian, there appeared to be a large scratch or scar underneath his left pectoral. Did you notice this mark? And if so, what was it? If I had seen it, I would have addressed it right then and there. Gabby spent the majority of her time inside your patrol vehicle. Is there video and audio of Gabby in your back seat? He says, we don't have in-vehicle video or sound, so the only video audio that would have occurred would have been on body cam. What about dash cam? Shook his head to the right, indicating no. You don't have dash cam, so you don't have the video of driving pattern? He says, no, we don't have dash cams. Question, you tell Gabby that you have to separate her and Brian. Please explain the legal authority you have to separate someone if you don't believe a domestic violence assault had taken place. Officer Robbins says, well, I originally was going to arrest her for domestic violence assault. I told them that I wanted to separate them so they could cool off. And I mean, personally, if I get into a combative situation with anybody outside of work, my first instinct is to just walk away. Because if I'm fighting with somebody, it means that I care. So I'm not going to fight with my wife or my parents or family members or friends. So it's easier for me to walk away, cool off, and regather my thoughts. And then sit down and have a conversation instead of being at each other's throats, yelling and screaming, not getting the basic point of what argument is about through. My wife has severe anxiety. She takes medication for it, but the medication doesn't protect her from bad days. It just reduces the number of bad days. And there are times that I fight with her that I can't reason with her in any shape or form. So I have to take a step back and give myself a minute to cool off. Give her a minute to cool off. And after some time, we may go back and we can have that conversation. It kind of eliminates the lack of reasonableness that she can come to sometimes. And because they were telling me it had been building up for days or weeks or whatever it was, they had been on the road for days, weeks, months, whatever it was, I can get how frustrating it can be living with somebody so close. And then you have arguments and arguments, then you have nowhere to go. I got a living room, I can go sit and watch TV. I've got a car, I can go drive and watch a movie. If I've got these things that they don't have access to. So I told them I wanted them to separate and avoid contact with each other so they had somewhere to go. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to create the option for them. Him in the hotel, her in the van, not them together. You don't have to go somewhere to get that cool off time. You just have to separate. And that's what I was trying to create for them. I think, Officer Robbins, you putting your personal experience with anxiety, I think that shadowed some stuff that you missed and made errors with in this investigation or with the call, right? They could have I feel like he was trying to be the big shot. He was beyond his scope of practice and protocol for sure. I agree. Wonder how many other mistakes he made. And if he's still an officer, is there any mistakes now? I hope Officer Pratt thinks about this every single day. I bet he does. PTSD is unique to the victim. It's all the earpiece's fault. It's always someone else's fault, right? Good night. It sounds like he projected his personal experience onto Gabby's personal situation. Right, 𝗵𝐵. Yeah, I agree with that. She blames herself. So tragic. I know. It's so sad. Is there any legal authority you have to separate someone if you don't believe a domestic assault occurred? I don't recall. That's not really something to recall. Do you have legal authority to separate somebody when you don't believe a domestic violence occurred? He says, I can't answer that because I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head right now. So is there verbal argument? If there's a verbal argument between cohabitants, nothing physical, no crime, do you have the legal authority to make them separate? Like I said, I have to sit down and look that up because I don't know off the top of my head. You tell Brian that Gabby didn't intend to hurt him when she was hitting him. So technically speaking, it does not fit the letter of the code. Please explain how you reached this conclusion. He says, I was speaking to Officer Pratt and he was showing me the code. And in the code, it says with the intent to cause harm, and going off of that in the direction I was not instructed to take, but another avenue I was given as an option in that scenario. I went with that one because she said she didn't have the intent to harm him. And with that very limited information I had at that time, there was no sense of deceit from her. She wasn't trying to lie to us or anything like that. There weren't any signs of there being lies. Did you look at the code, or are you just going off what you were told? Eric showed me the code. So is that the code for assault or the code for bodily injury? Do you remember? Because you guys did talk about both. I don't remember. Have you ever had any assault charges since this time? Have you had any assault charges since this time? Yes. Have you read the code since? Oh, I was answering your question if I knew which one we were looking at the time. I don't remember what I was looking at the time, but assault does say with the intent to cause bodily injury. At this time, I read Officer Robbins the code for assault. After reading him the code, I asked him if anywhere in the code it said intent. He replies with it might have been somewhere else. I'm not sure. He brought it up in his computer car. He doesn't remember anything, nothing. I'm concerned about his brain. In my opinion, if they've forgotten this, they never took it seriously in the first place. Selective memory, can't answer the questions because he doesn't want to, so he lies. Yeah, what is wrong with his brain? Right, Smog Dog. That's your job, to separate people. Knight says, how do you not know how to do your job? I have a question. Right. How can you not recall? Are you that jaded? It sounds like you're dealing with a lot at home, Officer Robbins. I wonder what his wife thinks about him putting this info out there. Right, C. Taylor? Right. Solid man. I have concerns. CRS is what we do when we have to forget the dishes. What is wrong with them? This screams so callous and shallow the way he answers, right? Can't remember. I wonder what the tipping point was when he killed her. I think maybe she told him she would leave him. I think so too, right? And you guys are saying in the documentary that she was texting her ex. She wanted out. She was looking for ways to get out, in my opinion. Has Officer Robbins been... Yeah, this makes me need a drink too. Can't remember. Shit is real. Right. So you haven't looked at it since that incident. You haven't read the assault code. He says, I have. I just handled an assault call a couple weeks ago. That needs to be investigated. Sir, I will absolutely be calling. But I've been avoiding the news and stuff like that and putting it far from my mind because I don't want it to dictate how I make my decisions for the future, but I still want to learn from the decisions of that day. At the time of this incident, you were clearly under the impression that assault, the definition, was an intent to cause bodily injury. Is that actually how you felt then? Yeah. The decision you made that day, did you make that decision to benefit yourself or to benefit anybody else? You made your decision based on what? He says, what was best for the situation? Sometimes it's handcuffs. Sometimes it's having an ear for them to listen, to give them to listen. And sometimes it's no action at all, depending on the situation. Obviously, I thought that day I was doing the right thing for the situation. Well, sir, having an ear for them to listen, this isn't AA. Like, there's mental health professionals for that, right? And sir, stay far away from the health profession, please. The mental health. Hold the phone. The situation with it, right? Officer Robbins is up with Piggly Wiggly. Yeah. I thought they always split up folks during DV calls. Somebody leaves or goes to jail overnight, maybe in a different... Yeah. No, I used to be in a toxic ass relationship with my ex, and we would, even when we were like screaming at each other, the cops would show up. No one was even putting hands on each other or anything. Like, cops were just showing up. And I'm like, and they were like ready to arrest both of us. They're like, we don't even know. Y'all are just being super, super loud and it sounds very aggressive. So tell us what's going on and we're going to have to take you both in. Fat man sent me. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. I'll have to check in with Fatty. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Raid from T Fatty. Tio, thanks for being here. Officer Pratt, I hope, feels horrible for this behavior, right? Question, are you aware of Utah State Code duties to arrest? Yes. When a peace officer responds to a DV call and has probable cause to believe an act of domestic violence has been committed, a peace officer shall arrest without a warrant or issue a citation to any person that the officer has probable cause to believe has committed an act of domestic violence. At the time of the incident, do you believe you followed Utah State Code? At the time, I did. Are you aware of anywhere in your policy or Utah State Code to not make an arrest if it is in fact a mental health issue or if that or the cause of an issue? Are you aware of anywhere that tells you you don't have to make an arrest because of that? He says, at the time of the event, I was still a field training officer. Officer Pratt was my field training officer, so I was still following instructions that were bestowed upon me. I hate to make it sound like I'm throwing him under the bus because I'm not. I made the decision that day, not him, but I was going off the information that I had available at the time. So he was training still, we know that. But still, Officer Pratt ended up leaving the scene and he wasn't supposed to. This is why the family, I think, was entitled to that money that they got in that lawsuit. I think they were entitled to a lot more, and I think the Laundries need to be arrested. Yes, thank you. Thank you, T. It's nice to see you here, T. When you and Officer Pratt are reading through the statute and talking about whatever Gabby's answer will seal her fate based on her intent, how would you describe the questioning of Gabby regarding her intent? Do you remember? And he says vaguely. You didn't really say anything, but you were there. Do you remember the question asked or the manner in which they were asked? No, I don't remember. I just remember her being asked about the intent and her denying the intent to hurt him. How does a report approval process work? It goes to the sergeant, which was Assistant Chief Palmer at the time. He reviews it and then he sends it off to our admins, and then I'm not sure where it goes from there. Question, did your field train officer review it at all? Yes. Was there any corrections made prior to sending it up? I'm sure that there were. I mean, I still make corrections on mine before I submit them. I also remember that it was sent back to me from the Assistant Chief Palmer because of wordings and certain things. He wanted me to fix the wording on it. How many call numbers are there? Full-time, there are 11. Part-time, there are 2. And animal control and victim advocate all have call signs. Was there any follow-up done with the Moonflower? Do they have any video surveillance that would have caught the incident? I don't do any of the follow-up, no. As far as the original 911 caller, did you reach out to him at all? He says, no, I didn't on the day of the event. I didn't know that our 911 caller was different from redacted or redacted. I thought he was our 911 caller. It wasn't until later I learned that the 911 caller was different. They didn't even have the right 911 caller. Like, what the heck? Hey, Nino, good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Anton, I know Fatty sent you guys over here. Shout out to Fatty. Y'all be seeing me on Fatty soon, hopefully. Yes. Thank you for being here. So they didn't even have the right person on the 911 call. Should anybody in that community feel safe with these officers? Like, I'm sure now it's been a couple of years. They could be better. I suspect there's still some issues. How did you learn that? Another officer, it was Officer Pratt that told me the 911 caller was not redacted. On FatPot, it shows you the reporting part, typically phone number and name. Sometimes if we call out and clear 10-8, they also clear the call, so that eliminates all the information off of our screens. While you're still on it, you can look at it and see who the caller was and their phone number, though, I imagine. Do you remember if you looked at it and seen that it said that? I didn't look at the caller information. The whole time I looked at the screen, I was looking at the license plate number because I saw a vehicle. When the call came across the radio, I started heading that direction. And just as I got towards the North Bridge, I saw a van that kind of fit the description from a distance. So I just scrolled through it to find the license plate number and the license plate state so that I could catch up to the vehicle and confirm or deny whether or not it was a vehicle involved. That's the only time I remember looking at the call comments. I also remember getting on the radio asking them to confirm it while they were trying to find it. So you don't ever recall seeing at the very top of the name redacted in the phone number? He says I wasn't looking for it. Is there anything else you can think of that would be important to note that I haven't asked you about? He says, one of the main things about this call was I only had 2.5 months experience at the time. I thought it was just shy of 2.5 months. I was still on field training officer. I still had a lot to learn. I still have a lot to learn today. And I know that I made mistakes that day. And I believe I haven't made the same mistakes since. I have learned from this whole ordeal how something as simple as yet and complicated as domestic violence can blow up into a double-bodied national worldwide event. I don't like that. I have gotten better at my report writings. You shouldn't have had so many questions about my report. I know that, and that's exactly what I would have thought when I read my report from your perspective. Why are there so many questions unanswered in this? And there are many discrepancies between body cam and my report, and I recognize that too. And these are things that are not what occurs as severe as this anymore. I'm going to look into this, officer. Oh no. When you're in FTO, are you always driving your own vehicle? For the first couple of weeks, I was in the passenger seat. When I completed EVO, because my academy didn't put me through EVO, they said it was on the department's responsibility. I switched FTOs from Assistant Chief Palmer to Monte, Sergeant Reisenhower, and he threw me in the driver's seat, but he drove in the passenger seat. That went on for a while. As time went on, Sergeant Reisenhower then said, you drive your vehicle, I'll respond to your calls, and you respond to my calls, basically team. What if you got called to 2 different calls? Officer Robbins says, it never happened, so I really don't know. I truly believe it would depend on the severity of the call itself. If there was something as an officer information about a traffic collision inside of a parking lot and minor damage, no injuries, I mean, I was sent on those myself because it was just filling out people's information and making sure that an exchange occurred. When did you start? When did you say your start date was? 5/31 of this year. The questioning reminds me of applied behavior analysis that we used to do with kids in foster care. Right, Kim? Yes, a team. He killed her to help him according to his words. Right. I don't trust him. I know, me either, Jem. This is some real super trooper. Yeah, I agree. What did I miss? These officers, I know. Hey, I'll say you're back. Okay, so Officer Pratt interview. This is the other officer that was there who was supposed to be guiding him, and he ends up leaving. The one we just heard about. How many years of law enforcement experience do you have, and how long have you been with the Moab City Police Department? He says 16 years. Did you have access to body-worn camera video and dispatch confirmation when preparing your report? He says, I had access to the body-worn camera footage. Did not have access to the 911 audio. Has to request that, and sometimes it takes weeks. Said they have to dispatch notes at the time of the call unless you copy and paste the notes into a Word document, which he didn't do. Said Moab uses 𝗏𝗏 and GCSO uses Spillman. Due to the 2 different softwares being utilized, once the call is closed out, they are no longer able to see the notes associated with the call. Did you review your body-worn camera video during the time you were preparing this report? He doesn't recall. States there's a log that would show somehow whether or not he viewed it. He stated it was pretty common for him to review his body camera footage. This was 3 months later, and they can't remember that on such a critical case that was everywhere in the media. How many calls are you aware of that were made to dispatch regarding this incident? I'm only aware of 1. How were you notified about the incident? He says, dispatch broadcast information to the radio, making it so everyone could hear. When speaking with Redacted at the Moonflower Co-op, did you have your body camera activated? No, I did not have it activated at the Moonflower. Not that I recall. If I did, then it would have been uploaded, but I don't think it was. Could have been, but I don't think it was. Did Redacted report anything to you while you were with him at the Moonflower? That's different than what you talked to him on the phone. Officer Pratt says, no, he didn't tell me anything at the Moonflower. I went to the Moonflower to find the reporting party that actually called. When I got there, there was no one there. He stated that this is why he didn't start his body camera. He was walking back to his car, and a guy yelled at him asking if he was there for the domestic. Officer said he was getting in his vehicle at this point, and he asked the guy, Redacted, if he was the one who called the incident in. Redacted said he wasn't, but saw what happened. He asked Redacted for his name and phone number so he could call him later to get a statement from him. He told Redacted what was the most important right now was to describe the white van and ask if there was anything that stuck out. Officer Pratt stated that the white vans are extremely common in Moab and wanted information so he could put over the radio to help narrow down the search. Redacted told Pratt that the van had a backpack attached to the back of the van. Officer Pratt relayed that information to dispatch to assist in the search. Pratt said at this time, Officer Robbins stated he located a vehicle matching the description with the Florida plate, so Pratt didn't have the time to obtain Redacted's statement. Pratt told Redacted he would call him later for a statement and responded to the location where Officer Robbins' vehicle stopped. Officer Pratt went on to explain that he thought Redacted was going to have a story consistent with that of the individual who called 911 and stated he assumed incorrectly that I was going to have two statements from two different witnesses that are pretty similar, and that's what I was going off of when I ended up on that stop. Pratt stated that typically when you have two independent witnesses to an incident, the stories are usually pretty similar. Well, why are you assuming that? Oh, I'm sorry. I need to go back on the comments. This is some real, yeah. Not as severe as this anymore. Does that mean severe things do still happen, just not as severe? Right. Thank you, Pantera. Thank you. I appreciate you. You sound thrilled, Melly. What do you mean about Pratt? I'm not thrilled. I'm not impressed. Not impressed at all. When a child makes a negative choice or has an issue, they get natural and logical consequences for their behavior. They have a timeout, thought analysis. The other incompetent officer. Yeah, now you guys will never forget, right? Officer Robbins and Officer Pratt. Thank you. Thank you, Augie. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gifting 5 memberships. Yay. Welcome new members to Mellyverse. Welcome. Oh, Heather Taylor and Kim Watts got one. That's awesome. Thank you. Welcome. I appreciate that, Augie. What's with the backpack on the back of the van? They talk about it in these reports, but they don't talk or mention Gabby's black eye. I know. Where is the mention of the black eye in that terrible picture we saw? Okay, in your report, you stated it wasn't clear, but I believe it was reported that the male had been observed to have assaulted the female. Can you explain what wasn't clear and why it wasn't clear? Officer Pratt asked, do you know if the statement is referring to whether or not the caller had made that clear or whether or not generally it wasn't clear, because I had two conflicting witnesses. I told him that was up to him to answer, and I showed his report to him and pointed out there was a statement made. The only thing I can say about the way that was written, it has to be after I wrote that report, after the incident was completed. And by the time the incident was completed, I knew I had one person saying the opposite of another person, and those are my two independent witnesses. So to me, that's why I have written it wasn't clear. Officer Pratt went on to explain that when he writes a report, he writes it with the thought in mind. He is writing it for someone who wasn't there and didn't see anything. He tries to make it so anyone who is reading it can understand kind of what happened. Officer Pratt said by the time he was writing his report, it still was not clear because I have one caller that called in and said one thing and have another person that made a report over the phone that said the opposite. So it isn't clear at the time that I wrote the report. I clarified with Officer Pratt that the statement wasn't specific to the 911 reporting party. Officer Pratt brought it up that it had been 2 months since the incident and stated that after he read the report, that is what he believes he meant by it. He said that at the time the report was written, it still wasn't clear to me because I had two witnesses saying the opposite things. So therefore, I don't think it could be clear to the reader. So it was only 2 months and they couldn't remember anything. While talking with Gabby, she reported to you that Brian grabbed her face, which caused a scratch to the left side of her face. In the report, you state, quote unquote, no one reported that the male struck the female. After being notified by dispatch of the reported incident, as well as Gabby telling you what happened, how did you come to the conclusion in your report that nobody reported Brian struck Gabby? Officer Pratt explained that people he had spoke to were Brian and Gabby and an independent witness. Officer Pratt stated none of them reported that. Officer Pratt explained that since he couldn't go back and listen to the dispatch audio, he was out with them for an hour, dispatched to an urgent call for someone drunk and laying in traffic, and many more calls after this. By that time, he was able to write his report in the middle of the night. He recalls having 3 consistent stories, none of which was that Brian hit Gabby, but rather they were all saying Gabby was hitting Brian. But that wasn't true. The 911 caller said that Gabby was hitting her. And then they had the wrong 911 caller initially. So they totally messed up. The officers gave Brian the wrong message. Totally. He thinks he's in the right. Thank you, Kat Randall. Thank you for gifting. T-Man got it. Yay. People that actually come into the chats. What's up? Yeah, Barry. This whole case from the start was doomed. I know. Officer Pratt stated that by the time he started to question himself on if he ever heard the audio from the dispatch correctly, he was wondering if he ever heard it wrong or if they dispatched it wrong based on the statements he received during the call. Officer Pratt added that he's been pre-programmed to hear dudes hitting a woman. So with all those factors, it made him second guess if he was recalling the dispatched information correctly. Brian said the only thing he knew for sure was out of 3 people he talked to, none of them reported Brian hitting Gabby. Officer Pratt then explained that they all said Brian grabbed Gabby's face. Brian said that Brian, Gabby, and redacted statements were strangely consistent. I don't recall redacted or Brian stating this. I told Officer Pratt that I didn't recall them all stating Brian had grabbed Gabby's face. Officer Pratt went through what he could recall with Brian's statement. Officer Pratt recalled Brian stating he was pushing Gabby back when she was hitting him with the cell phone. He then said, it seems to me he said it, but to be honest with you, I haven't watched the body cam footage since September 11th, when I was called by 𝗏𝗏 Police Department and wanted information on it. He went and looked for the report to refresh his memory, and he couldn't see his supplemental report. He didn't know why this report wasn't coming up when he did the search query. At that time, he thought he may haven't done a supplemental report. Officer Pratt said he actually watched the body cam footage on September 11th so he could do the supplemental report. Officer Pratt said he did a supplemental report after watching the body cam footage, and the next day was asked by Sergeant 𝗏𝗏 and 𝐴DARE why he had 2 supplemental reports on his case. Officer Pratt said he told him he thought he had written one, but then went to read it to refresh his memory and answer questions for 𝗏𝗏 Police. He didn't see it there. He said he thought he was told there were 2 supplemental reports by him, one from the day it happened and the one he typed up after watching the body cam footage. Officer Pratt said he told them that they could either keep them both, or if they only going to keep one of them, they should keep the original one as that was written while things were fresher in his mind. They deleted the newer report he typed up and kept up the original. Officer Pratt said this was the last time he watched the body cam footage. Officer Pratt again said he really thought Brian had mentioned grabbing Gabby's face, but he could be wrong. He said he does know Brian admitted to pushing Gabby. He said he remembers this specifically because it was important for him to find out when Brian had pushed Gabby, further explaining that if someone is hitting you and you push them, it's self-defense. However, if you push someone and they hit you, then it's not self-defense. I asked Officer Pratt about his statement again, then nobody reported that the male hit the female, despite the statements of Brian grabbing Gabby's face, causing a scratch. I asked Officer Pratt if he took that literally and didn't consider someone grabbing a face a strike or hit. Officer Pratt confirmed that he didn't consider someone grabbing a face as a strike or hit. He gave examples of a hit being a hit, a slap being a slap. Officer Pratt explained that he believed it was very important when we interview people, stating that maybe we could have done better at this to figure out what kind of contact was made, and gave examples of opened hand, closed hand, with a weapon, punch, slap, grab, etc. He explained the importance of it as it relates to injuries that are caused and observed. He further explained the importance of this information as it relates to what they were doing or not doing Sorry. If I was the officer called to the scene, I would review the body cam footage if I knew that what happened to Gabby took place, right? I think Brian definitely egged her on, that cop's ass, right? Because they definitely made him think he was okay, had nothing to worry about. Just like in the medical field, if you don't write it, it just didn't happen. I don't understand why these officers are so sloppy in reporting, right? Thank you, BC girl. I love you too. Thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you for being here. Officer Pratt said that although he doesn't consider a grab of face, this is wild too, like how he's determining what's actually like a slap or domestic. Officer Pratt said that although he doesn't consider a grab of the face a strike, he stated that it could be an assault. Officer Pratt said that it depended on what was going on. Officer Pratt then went on to explain the definition of assault, stating that it was an attempt with unlawful force or violence to bodily injury to somebody. Regarding the scratch on Gabby's face, Officer Pratt said if that scratch was a result of face grab, that was intended to cause with unlawful intent to cause bodily injury. So yes, for me, I think the definition between a punch, slap, and a face grab are important because they're also important based on what's going on with any of those things. That's my opinion. Gabby explained to you that Brian had hit her and described it through demonstration. Because you asked, but did he hit you? Did he punch you? And she said yes, but then she described it as the squeeze. Officer Pratt said he recalls Gabby never actually said yes, but instead she said, well, I definitely hit him first. There are two different times in the video. The first time that is how she replies. The second time she said, I guess, but I hit him first. Officer Pratt said what he recalls, and to him, it still means that he, Brian, did hit her. Officer Pratt said he's not trying to get too much into the details, but thinks it's important that if she did say yes, that he doesn't recall, even after watching the videos since then. He repeated again that he only recalls Gabby saying, well, I definitely hit him first, and said, tomato, and implies he hit her fine. So Gabby did say that he hit her and they just ignored her. They ignored her. He grabbed her face. Hello. Right. Right. Hey, Irony. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi, Natasha. Sloppy interactions is an understatement. At what point is it? Right. Right. I agree, Kat Randall. Let me get some water because I'm thirsty. The grounds on being arrested for domestic violence in Utah need to be reevaluated. Right. Gabby described it through demonstration of Brian grabbing her face and squeezing it. Why wasn't there any follow-up with Brian regarding the statement of Brian grabbing Gabby's face? Officer Pratt stated that he really thought there had been. Pratt said he didn't know there wasn't. He went on to explain the follow-up that had occurred with the witness, said he didn't know all the things Officer Robbins said to Brian. Wasn't there for the majority of the interaction between Officer Robbins and Brian? Officer Pratt said he did tell Officer Robbins that Gabby reported Brian grabbing her face and that he did go off and talk to Brian. I shouldn't make these assumptions, but I assume that he addressed it and it was corroborated and should have talked to Brian more about that. One issue that I have with the situation is, people say, these cops, they tried. They were there for an hour on the side of the road. Some of these calls require more than that, and this was one of those calls where I wish I had more time. I wish I hadn't been called away. I wish I didn't feel like I had to rush, but I'm out alone in a town of 5,000 with an annual increase of 3 to 5 million tourists, and I have a rookie that I have to watch after, and I get called to a drunk guy laying in the road, and there's a lot I wish would have happened differently. Like the other guy on duty, I could have stayed and helped more with this call and gone over some stuff and not felt rushed. If I didn't talk to Brian about that or didn't follow up with Brian, that should have happened. For sure, I guess I assumed it had. I didn't know it hadn't. In your report, you put this incident was more accurately categorized as a mental emotional health break than domestic assault. Please explain how you reached this conclusion. Officer Pratt explained that they both claimed to suffer from mental health issues. Officer Pratt said he never found out they were clinically diagnosed or self-diagnosed, but said there was such evidence that he believed after interacting with both of them. Officer Pratt went on to explain that he has numerous kids of his own and said that for many years he has interacted with all types of people on the spectrum, from drug addicts to professionals, and said he can tell when he is dealing with someone who suffers from some type of illness. Well, Officer Pratt, that doesn't make you a professional. Oh my gosh. Officer Pratt said he isn't a doctor. Okay, thank you. But said that Gabby was clearly suffering. Officer Pratt said Gabby was so anxious, he would say she had anxiety. Gabby didn't want to be separated from Brian, so there may have been some codependency issues. Officer Pratt said Gabby wasn't a calm person who's collected of sound mind, who knows themselves and knows what they're doing. So he's not a professional, but he says that he's diagnosing her with anxiety, but he missed the red flag of domestic violence right here where it says Gabby didn't want to be separated, codependency issues. So there's a big red flag that there's domestic violence going on. But you're not a professional, right? But you're diagnosing her with anxiety. Got it. Got it. I picture Officer Pratt as bald with a beard. Yeah. Let me find a document that has this picture on there legally, and I'll show you guys tomorrow. Who's rushing you? If you're feeling rushed, and that's true, who's rushing you? Well, he's blaming his workload. He's not qualified to diagnose anyone. I know. We are outraged. Again, admitting to not being a doctor, Officer Pratt said he observed what he believed were mental health issues with Brian from the very beginning. Some of the things he was saying, the way he was talking and acting, I saw the dynamics of the relationship. And I saw some things that, I'll be 100% honest, I didn't. If there were all these red flags he was going to murder Gabby, I didn't see those. I saw the same red flags I see every time I get called to a relationship issue. They don't call us there because they're doing great and want the police to come over and see how great they're doing. They call us because something is developed and then there's all these red flags or devolved. And if you do this job long enough, hey, there's that red flag again. You missed a ton of them, dude. This is like so contradicting what you actually did that day. This is just 2 months after, so please. And what I saw with Gabby and Brian was another unhealthy relationship. Now, usually that doesn't end in murder. So if someone out there says you should have seen what he was going to kill her, great. Tell them to come make 25 hours an hour to do this for me. Officer Pratt, we don't like your attitude. We don't like it. We don't like you. As a collective, I can say that you're shitty. Hey, if Brian didn't hit Gabby first, then he would have been arrested. I thought it was a lot right. He's not qualified to be an officer either, not knowing the laws and all, but here we are. Right, Heather. That's true. Maybe the officer in training said, oh, she's like my wife with anxiety. Who's training? Sir, that's infuriating. Right? What's up, Cam? They had to dust off the old code book. I know. The old code book. Okay. Officer Pratt said he saw mental health issues on both sides, and if this was not assault, which I decided it wasn't, then what would I call it? They say they're mentally unsound. It wasn't an assault. If it was an assault, she would have to be arrested, but there's elements to the offense of an assault, so you have to meet those. Just like when you tell a judge, hey, I've met these elements, court's not adjourned because the cop said it. Now the judge has to make sure the elements are really met, whether it starts with the cop. So one of the elements for the offense of assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. Officer Pratt continues stating that is why they asked Gabby, quote unquote, what was your attempt? What were you intending to do? Officer Pratt said some people may think he is stupid because there was injury. So what do you think? He had redness all over him. He had scratches. There's injury. So of course it was an assault. Officer Pratt provided a scenario of him taking a photograph while backing up on the sidewalk and backing into someone else who falls off the curb and into the gutter. The person who falls skins their knees and injuries. Officer Pratt asked, is that an assault? Is there an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do injury to you? Or was I careless or made a mistake? Or maybe you weren't looking, like this is just an accident. Officer Pratt further explains that if he is negligent enough, then maybe there could be some liability if through the negligence that it caused injury to person. Officer Pratt said he wanted to find out from Gabby her intentions because he's bigger, he's stronger, he's older. He clearly has influence over her mentality that looked unsavory to me. And all I could see from Gabby is she wanted to gain and try to maintain some equality in this relationship that I think she knew she didn't have. And when someone smaller and more frail is trying to get an equal setting at the table with somebody who has all the power and dynamics are kind of in their favor because he's mentally messing with her, hanging her backpack outside, saying you need to go take a walk and saying weird things to us. Like, what if I touch your radio? Like, he's just weird, not healthy dude. And that was clear. And she was clearly needing to be with him. At that same time, it's clear to me she smacked the crap out of him. So what's going on here? Is she abusive to Brian? He killed her. Who is the abuser? If you mentally and emotionally abuse somebody, can I charge you? If you physically abuse somebody, can I charge you? Yes, clearly physical abuse. I can charge you. Oh my God, I have so much to say about that. So he was mentally messing with her and hanging her backpack outside, and you still thought she was a primary aggressor. And then he says, what did he say about Brian? He's a weird dude. Again, you ignored it. He's a weird dude, but he was the one. He was the victim, right? Right. He's a punk. When opinions become relevant to a report, that is all speculative. Yeah, he said, he told them, he's like, because he was like, you can charge me, arrest me, when they were trying to take her. And he was like, and they were like, no, we can't. You're not the dominant aggressor. And he's like, well, what if I take your radio? Like, will that catch me a charge to be arrested? Which is ridiculous. I would have been like, yeah, I'll arrest you, fool. I'll take that right up on the back end. I don't know. It was an assault and they both should have been arrested, right? He got it from his mama. Facts. Can you unpack that, Melly? I would live. Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. This is a joke. He's bigger and he's stronger and older. Amber Heard, I would say, is not as strong as Johnny Depp. I mean, does that matter? Like, I don't think that matters, that she was frail. When someone is smaller and more frail. What does he mean by that? She's a primary aggressor, but she can't even, like, she's like tiny and small, right? I get that, but also, like, just because she's saying that she hit him first, like, that was self-defense, I think. And I don't think that, like I said, the size, I don't think it matters. I think that Gabby was in the right. I think I would have tried to defend myself as well. He's a weird, not healthy dude. And she was clearly needing to be with him. So that wasn't a red flag. You're going to let her go with a weird, not healthy dude? She smacked the crap out of him. What I didn't want to see happen to Gabby, and unfortunately, maybe something far worse did happen, and maybe the same thing would have happened, and maybe some, I don't know. What I didn't want that day was to see her take all the criminal responsibility for the incident upon herself at 22 years old. Maybe she just wants to go get a state certification somewhere, get a license for her job. Maybe she doesn't want to have a criminal record. Maybe she wants to go hunting. Maybe I just don't want a 22-year girl. I felt like I was trying to just, all she wanted to do was have an equal. I think she wanted to gain equality in the relationship with Brian and have some way to have the power and dynamics even. And as a guys our size, we think, well, you can't slap people and do that. Yeah, well, you've never been a 110-pound female with what was her intent was up in the air for me. Let's put it that way. So if the intent was up in the air for you, dude, why is she the primary aggressor? How can you make that for certain? And then what is it your business? If she catches a charge, why are you acting like her parents? Who are you? Like, okay, maybe she would have taken the charge. I don't know. She can get a lawyer and get expunged. There's so many ways around that. And you can still get a job and do all of that with a record. I have a record and I work in the medical field. Your past doesn't determine who you are, right? And yeah, it's complicated, but my point is, why are you still talking, Officer Pratt? I'm going to find out if he's still employed by this police department or if he moved. She was very tiny, not saying she couldn't have been super strong, but seriously, these officers, right? I mean, you're not paid to be sympathetic. The scales of justice clearly illustrate all her eyes are covered. Right. Right. He acted like Gabby was his girlfriend. Right, Jim. She sounds like a badass. She is a badass. There's a difference in defending yourself and assaulting, right? The cop is so out of line. Why is he so even involved? Right. If she was arrested, it may have pushed her to disclose what he was doing. Right. If he's a psychologist and a peace officer with a fast car and a GUN, it's not his place to analyze. I wish they charged her because then her parents would have gotten involved. Right. Right. What was her intent? If Brian says I hit her and I wasn't trying to hurt her, I'm sorry. We saw the power and dynamics here. It's not believable. But when someone that size who's in that situation, who's slapping her boyfriend, says, I just wanted him to stop telling me to calm down, it actually sounded reasonable to me. Now that can be crazy, and that's probably the biggest thing people are going to say is that's bullshit. It just sounded kind of unreasonable that she wanted him to stop behaving the way he was behaving towards her. And it wasn't like she really thought she was going to do him bodily injury to any significant extent, or really hard. He's a lot bigger and stronger. To me, I believed her. She said, I just didn't want him to stop telling me to calm down. And in other words, I think she wanted to have some equality in the relationship. And I don't think she had the tools in her toolbox to figure out how to do that in any other way than just slapping him. Not okay. Could she go to jail? Sure. Could I make the case that she assaulted him? Absolutely. Could it go to court and a judge could do something crazy and say, I don't think she really assaulted him like I did? Because that's what I did. I said, I don't think she assaulted him because I don't think she had the intent to do bodily harm injury to him. I think she wanted to modify his behavior, and she doesn't have the tools in her toolbox to do it. So if she had no intent, how was she the primary aggressor? Like, how did they determine that, right? Just because Brian didn't admit he put his hands on her, well, he's a liar. He's a coward. Point blank, period, right? I wish they would have charged her because then her parents would have gotten involved. That's where I was going with that. It's like, you know, things would have probably been a lot different and her parents knew and got involved and went to get her. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, C. Taylor. They let her off. Take it easy. Telling me to take it easy? So it seemed reasonable that when she said that is what she wanted, so one of the elements of the offense is missing. So we don't have an assault. What do we have? Well, they hand fed me. They both have mental issues. So that's why I said we had a mental health crisis. I followed the evidence, and if it was an assault, it must be a mental health issue. That's what I looked at it like, and maybe I was wrong, but I didn't want Gabby to suffer the whole weight of this. And another thing I'll say, it did cross my mind that when he bailed her out the next day, like he said he was going to, when he comes down to the PD and signs away the little paperwork that says they can't hang out anymore, it didn't occur to me at the time that he's gonna, because he mentioned in the video, I remember he said, I didn't hear him say this to Robbins, but I got the impression and found out later it's true. They didn't have a lot of money. So if he's going to bail her out, is he not going to have more control over her now? Now we're out of money. Blame it on her because I had to bail you out. You know, all it's going to do is put the power and dynamics more on him in his favor, where he's like, now we have to come back to court or video court. Now we don't have the money because I had to bail you out. Oh, we're in another fight. Go ahead and call the cops. How did that go for you last time? They hauled you off because I'm too cute, because I said I crisscrossed applesauce so they didn't arrest me. Chill out, Officer Pratt. You are worried about things that don't concern you right now. Them worrying about money and how they're going to handle that, that is not your business. And not your job. Your job was to figure out and get them both safe out of there and make the right decision. And I don't think that clearly the right decision was made. Oh, thank you, BC girl. I love you and appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, now he's a detective. Now we're all detectives here tonight. We're reading this investigative report. We're all detectives now. Literally, I need to get some water. Thanks, BC. You're awesome. Okay, we're almost through this, and y'all are real ones for hanging out while we get through this. You know, as a grown man, we laugh about how absurd it would be to think for him that he got away with it for being cute. He didn't get away with anything for being cute. We saw this stupid bullshit. He got away with what he got away with on August 12th here. I couldn't charge him with a straight face. No judge, if I wrote in my PC statement correctly, would sign off on his incarceration on that day. I would have to omit things from my report or put the entire purpose of the arrest on the caller that drove by. I would have to disregard the physical evidence. I would have had to disregard his statement, Gabby's statement, and another independent person's statement to put him in jail. For a scuff on her face that would have not been visible the next day when everyone I talked to claimed it was a face grab while she was wailing on him with her phone in her hand, it's not assault. You know, as a grown man, we laugh about how absurd it would be to think for him that he got away with it for being cute. What kind of response? This is what he literally is answering to the investigator doing this investigation on the Moab Police Department. I'm shook. If you reverse roles and a man is actually hitting her, a woman, and when she grabs his face and leaves a fingernail mark and she's as beat up as he was, I took her to jail and tried to book her in, and the judge says, well, she's all beat up. Well, yeah, but she scuffed the dude's face. She grabbed his chin while he was hitting her. It's absurd. I'm sorry. If it's good for the dude, it's good for the girl. That's the way society wants us to play in this domestic game. They want us to treat men and women the same. Well, guess what? Reverse the roles and tell me I should take Gabby to jail if she had all the injuries on her Brian had, and if all he had was a scuff from her when she grabbed his face while hitting her. I'm sorry, I can't put him in jail, so I didn't. I'd have to lie or admit everything to convince a judge to sign that PC statement. The only person that would have gone to jail was Gabby. I didn't think it was right. You know, I will die on this hill if it was wrong for me not to arrest her. I still wouldn't have arrested her. Sorry, Brian was much more responsible or more for what happened that day. She is at a disadvantage in every way, emotionally, mentally, physically, and yes, she slapped him. He probably deserved every slap he got. I'm curious. None of this is in the documentary? None of these shady cops? She's at a disadvantage, emotionally, mentally, and physically, because she's a victim. Oh my gosh. If she should have gone to jail and that's what should have happened, kick me out of the police department. Cool. I'll go back to being a drywaller where the worst thing I can do is mess up a joint or something on a wall. You know, I don't care. I wouldn't have done it any different. I gave Daniel the opportunity to make those decisions. Daniel was Officer Robbins. I kind of steered him the way I thought was right. And if he would have had arrested, I would have been fine with it. But I like that he didn't arrest her, even knowing now that she was murdered later. If it had been the next day or a few days later or still in Moab, okay, I would have feel really weird, like maybe it really could have changed something. But I don't know, 18 days later, 500 miles away after he disengaged with her for 6 days to go back to Florida, I just don't think that charging her would have done anything but make the last few weeks of her life more miserable with this guy as he punished her more before he killed her anyway. That's what I think. I don't know, maybe by us taking her, she would have, oh, I'm breaking up with him. Maybe that would have been the end of it. I can't guess today any better than I could have guessed that day. I still don't think she would have got those charges, and I didn't want her to. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. The way he's talking is like so disgusting, in my opinion. It was wrong that he didn't arrest him. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Welcome, 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝗲, to Millieverse. So then why was she the aggressor if this is how he feels? Right, ATS. It was wrong he didn't arrest him. He has thought about this a lot. She didn't have injuries, though. Right. We're catching on to the same things. Yeah. I'm shook. Your report states no charges were filed and no one wished for charges to be filed or for the separation to take place, although that was at minimum what Officer Robbins required in lieu of making a case against Gabby for domestic assault. I think this is a dude who quit because he couldn't deal with the guilt. Somebody said he was having a lot of issues. Oh, I'm going to look into it tonight. Do you believe domestic violence assault took place during this incident? I believe that my position as a PO on the front line of anything that ends up in court, there's basic whether or not we have direction on something like this. We are expected to use our common sense and figure out just basically whether or not there's a charge to be supported. And in that way, we kind of screen that stuff. To answer your question, one cop will go to that call and say this is absolutely an assault, and another cop will go to that call, and because he has a different point of view, he might say it's not. And then our duty is to document and to support with reasoning, logic, and hopefully the law backing us, because we all read the same code, why we choose to do the arrest or not do the arrest. And the better you are at that, usually the better cop you are. But everyone makes mistakes or reads something wrong, or, you know, might send 100 cops to the call and they also should they be arrested, for example, and then you send 180 of them think shouldn't have. I don't know the answer to that. I know that I had determined that one of the elements for assault was missing. That was for her to use unlawful force or violence, attempt to use unlawful force or violence to cause bodily injury to Brian. When we talk about attempting something implicit with attempt is intent. You can't attempt something with no intent to do it. So obviously intent is part of assault, which is what we talked about earlier. For me, one of the elements was missing. And so I looked at it and I didn't even think there was an assault here. Now, another cop could look at this and say, I don't believe Gabby. I think she wanted to cause him bodily injury and that's why she hit him. Now, this is an opinion because nobody can get in Gabby's head and find out what her intent was. That's why we spend so much time in court, way more time than I have on the side of the road. They have entire days of trial spent, nothing more on just establishing intent of a crime. I don't have special expert witnesses on the side of the road. I don't have 5 days of my trial with these people to figure out who to charge. I got less than an hour, apparently. So they trust me after 16 years to figure it out. And I took my 16 years of experience and said I believed Gabby based on the totality of the circumstances and based on what she appears physically capable of and based on what I saw him doing and the way he was acting, that I don't think she assaulted him. I think she didn't assault him because part of the assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to cause bodily injury. The result was some bodily injury to him. That was the result. What was the intent? She said to me, I wanted him to stop telling me to calm down. And I just believe her. I believe her based on everything I saw. So no, I don't think we had an assault. But requiring to separate someone kind of means there's something going on, right? In cases of domestic violence, if the victim doesn't want charges to be filed, in what circumstance can you honor those wishes? Officer Pratt says, if we have something that has been called and supported by code as domestic assault, we do not have the discretion to file the charge. There is a shall attached, doesn't necessarily have to be custody, but has to be that or citation. How can Officer Robbins lawfully require separation to take place in lieu of making a case against Gabby for domestic assault? He can't. He can't. If you're not going to charge them, you can't. He required it. He didn't say by law, they didn't ask. As far as I know, you can't require someone to separate. He feels like if they give any indication, they weren't going to follow that advice. Then Officer Robbins would have made the other case for the safety of both of them. And obviously we found out, ultimately for her safety, but we do have to consider his safety. He was the one that was marked up. So at that time, without the hindsight of him murdering her, as we assume is what happened, we were worried both of their safety. Just because Brian was unsavory, I didn't necessarily like his vibe, doesn't mean we don't look out for his safety. She could have caused the accident. She was apparently hitting him and pulling his arm when he was driving, such that he hit the curb. If we believe what she said, and he said, which may or may not be true, I don't have the 5 days of court to figure that out. Based on the evidence on his arm, on his right arm, which was her side, with the scratches and the redness, it looks like someone was going to town on that arm. He did hit a curb, so we can call the physical evidence lining up with our observations. That's the best we could go off, so even for his safety. Are you at the conclusion of your report? You put EOS, EMP. What does that mean? And the supplemental, Eric M. Pratt. Prior to responding to the scene, you did ask dispatch for the phone number for the reporting party. Dispatch gives you the number to redacted. While on scene, you tell Parker Ranger Melissa Holes that you would love to talk with the independent witness before calling redacted. Why didn't you call the reporting party? Redacted. I would have called redacted. I had to get another call. That was the next thing I would have been doing. The point where I got called away, where if I had Robbins, if Robbins would not have called him, or if I didn't think he was going to, for example, if I believed that wasn't going to happen, I wasn't getting called away, then I would have called him. But by the time that it was time to call, we had spoken with Gabby, spoken with Brian, spoken with the independent witness, and we see the physical evidence and everything was lining up. The problem we have is saying, okay, well, if only we just had called that first guy, okay, well, what do we have then? We still have a call. We still have a guy who said he was driving by, so I assume he's also paying attention to the car in front of him and the red light, this and that. So comparing that with the guy who said he saw the whole thing on foot there, and when we have Gabby and Brian's statement, and then when we actually have physical evidence, I don't think if he could have said anything, if he had repeated everything he said to dispatch, to me, it does not line up with the physical evidence. It doesn't line up with another independent witness who has no reason to lie. It doesn't line up with what Brian or Gabby said. And don't forget, I told both of them what I thought was true at the time, but what I tried to use as leverage was I have two witnesses that are going to say, you hit her, or give something, or give me something, because usually if they can give me a little something, then I can start pulling on the sweater and unraveling. I was trying to get Brian to give me something. He didn't give me anything. Pratt thinks he's an expert, right? This officer, too many words. He's a mess. He's an, yeah, a gem. Thinks he's an expert, cop, counselor, social worker. Psychology, attorney, detective, judge, jury, and a victim. Oh no, that was the other one who said his wife had anxiety. Bull caca. Right. This is ridiculous. Yep, I'm one of those. Yeah, I know. We're all that too, huh? At that point, and listening to this. I go to Gabby. I think she's going to cover for Brian. I said, hey, we have 2 independent witnesses. I said this because I thought my witness would line up with what I had thought this guy told us. I thought we were going to have 2. And her response was, well, I definitely hit him first. At the end of everything, her statement was like, Brian was like Brian's, was like my witness. So I had talked to the first witness, who was, by the way, that's what I went to the Moonflower to talk to. That's the first place I went. I didn't know I was going to find anyone. I went there to talk to the guy. That's the first thought I had, was to talk to him. I didn't know my greenie was going to find the van so quick. My point is, yeah, he should have been talked to, and I didn't know if it was on video or on text, can't understand, or later. But while I had been called to another call before I left the scene, or sometime while it was relevant, while they were still in town, I told, and I'm not putting any blame on my trainee, it's not his fault. I said I'd get the reporting party statement. I'd already called Redacted. I had already spoke to Redacted, and I already told Redacted we're going to get a written statement from him, and I made the arrangements. I told Robbins we're going to do that. It's funny how Robbins said the same thing, right? He was like, I'm not trying to throw Officer Pratt under the bus. And then he says, I'm not going to put the blame on my trainee. Well, I didn't understand, but I do remember watching my video after finding out that he hadn't got that, because I read his report. I had to approve it. So I read his report like, hey, this is great. Where's a reporting party statement? I told you to get it. He said, I got it. And I said, well, where is it? He said, it's right there. And he was referring to Redacted statement. So I don't know what he told you, but that night he told me he thought Redacted was a reporting party. Now, I did watch the body cam footage at one point where I already knew he hadn't got that, and I wondered if I miscommunicated with my rookie. And so I was careful to listen to the part where I did say to my rookie, I made it clear at least once, and probably more than once, that we had two witnesses, and I remember even I told him, well, I watched the video when I did, that I told him that Redacted was someone I found at the Moonflower. It was very evident that if my rookie had paid attention, he should have known there was 2. Those 2 are not 1. And he was also the one at the end of everything. I'm on to next call. He has his call and it shows up Redacted, not Redacted, and a different phone number. And also, I'm sure he was monitoring traffic. I did ask if we had the number for the reporting party because I wanted that information on the van. Like, so what happened? I went to Moonflower looking for him. He couldn't find him, walked around, and everyone acted like nothing happened over there. I thought they had gotten into a fight at a different grocery store because no one was there. There were so many people. No one rushed up to me. I thought I was at the wrong place. It was like if a dramatic event went down, nobody here seems to even register it. Like, I was surprised. I was walking back to my car. I had asked for that phone number because I couldn't find the RP. I was getting back up to my door, getting in my car after the radio traffic was when Redacted came and said, hey, are you here because of that domestic? And that's the first time I was like, good, at least I'm at the right spot. Because I walked up and down the front of the grocery store and nobody was even concerned. No one offered to talk to me. No one seemed to care that I was there. And it was weird, for whatever it said happened. No one, when I got there, seemed to even expect police would respond. It was very weird. I thought we had the wrong location. So he wanted to see like a whole ass scene. Right. Don't fly there. Oh, you heard it's incredibly beautiful. Great. Melly road trip to Moab. Yeah. And we need to be careful. We don't want him to pull us over or anything, right? So that's why I asked for the number. I don't know if my greenie rookie, if Robbins would have heard it, because at that point, maybe he was. I don't know for sure. I could tell you the video. I couldn't tell you. The video should. He probably had eyes on the van. He thought it was. He was probably following the van, so he was probably trying to give information and probably not hearing that I don't know. You probably have to ask him, and maybe you already did, how it came to be that he thought this. This is what he told me. I don't know what he told you. He thought that night that I asked about the report about not having the original caller statement in it, he told me he thought the guy whose name and number I gave him, Redacted, was the caller. Could it have been avoided? Sure. Could I have done stuff to make sure that happened earlier? I was pretty tied up with other calls most of the night, but I'm sure it could have taken a minute. I'm sure I could have. I thought it was handled. He's new. The buck stops at the FPO, and I know that. It was not done. It should have been done. Even if I sit here today and tell you it would have not changed the outcome if I still have 3 other witnesses, physical evidence, and observations all going one way and a guy who said he was driving by and saw something different. What I assume, even to this day, if he drove by the time he saw Brian grab Gabby's face, and it probably looked like, if he's behind Gabby, it might have looked like a slap. If it may have looked like a punch. He probably saw something that looked like her head move as Brian grabbed her face. I can't know. I don't know. I never talked with that guy. I wish I would have. There's no way I can tell you this investigation should have had an end of report at the end of it without having talked to the guy who called. There's not an excuse for it. I can't explain it. I can't excuse it. I can't imagine what he could have said, especially if what was he told dispatch that could have changed the decision that was made. Now, maybe if we didn't have the other independent witnesses, sure, it wasn't going to be enough. I work in the trauma, and we all see the kind of victims, family violence, and so on, many in denial. Oh, that's true. If somebody, I'll drive somebody, slap me, and we'll see who goes. This dude, the detective, right? That big motorcycle rally. Oh yeah, you were saying that yesterday, Adam. Pratt, you were hired to arrest people for alleged violation of the law, not have an effing trial. I know. Grab face, stop everything. So you cannot predict the future. Oh, add that to his list of jobs. You're not a psychic. Once you found out that he hadn't been contacted, you guys still never reached out to him. There's still no statement from him. 2 months later. No, I could be wrong, and I know you could find this out. The night I approved Robbins' report was either that night, or if we were too slammed because there was not an arrest made. He might have done it at the next night. If it was the next night, I believe he probably would have been contacted. The decision not to contact him was probably because the assumption that Gabby and Brian were gone and out of town and would be very difficult to refine to change everything. Also because I don't think that we felt like anything he said, especially if he had just repeated to us what he saw, would have changed our decision anyway. But ultimately, at some point, I did reach out to a supervisor and asked if we should call him to get a statement from him. And it was like, the event's over. They're all gone. And the question was posed to me. Eric would have had changed the decision you made? And I said, no, absolutely not. It wouldn't have changed what we did because we had our observations, physical evidence, and we have 2 statements plus another independent statement. And the guy told dispatch he was driving by. That's not going to be enough probable cause to change the outcome of that decision. Question, who was it, the supervisor that you asked about that? I think it was Chief Edge, but it was much later because it was before the media frenzy, like when Northport called. Eric said he told the chief that Northport was calling and it may be something they need to find out. I think the chief told me to hold off on it. Would have changed anything? Eric said based on the facts, he didn't see how the statement made to dispatch by redacted could have changed anything. Why should a statement by a guy driving by who called dispatch to get more weight than the guy who said face-to-face to a cop who saw everything and was not driving by? Why is one of those statements heavier than the other? Well, maybe it's not, because when you have the physical evidence, even if they cancel each other out, you still have the physical evidence and you still have these other statements and our observations. So no, unfortunately, this is one of those really tough things about being a cop. We don't always get it right. And even when we get it right, sometimes it looks like we got it wrong. And sometimes we got it right, but we could have done something a little different. Sometimes you don't know that. And sometimes you never find out if you should have. We get paid really not a lot of money to make some crappy situations turn out like to be to the public perfect. I'm not making excuses, but come on. Not often, but yes. Sometimes they come in to think, right, wishy-washy. I know DV is complicated for investigators since they don't personally know the patterns, histories involved. However, that's why training is important, imperative. This encounter seems more than obvious. So. Right. We try to help and give them resources and leave. Redacted told you that he thought Brian and Gabby were fighting over a phone. And I understand from watching the video, your time spent was primarily with Gabby. Do you recall if that was the aspect of fighting over the phone and what was talked about with Brian or Gabby? I made an assumption that it looked to the witness like they were fighting over a phone. I made this assumption that when Brian told us she was hitting him with the phone in her hand from the perspective of Redacted, that it must have looked like they were fighting over a phone because she was hitting him with the phone in her hand. I should have probably clarified with everyone what the fight was over, but from what I heard and understood, the fight was not over a phone. From Gabby's own mouth and Brian's own mouth, they were telling me the fight was, and they were telling Officer Robbins, the fight was basically over Brian not respecting their mutual space in the van and maybe some hurtful things he was saying about her attempts to make a career for herself the way she wanted into and maybe doubting it. When Redacted said they looked like they were maybe fighting over a phone, I had already heard from both of them what they were fighting over and if he thinks they were fighting over a phone in her hand. So I guess we could have gone over those details a little more and try to figure out the phone thing, but it felt like Brian and Gabby were saying the same thing. They were separated immediately. Eric said they didn't have time to formulate a story. They were saying the same thing. Brian got out of the van and said, hey, you know, my feet were dirty and this and that. And she said, I know, I just cleaned up the van and he's in here making a mess. It doesn't sound like a phone is involved. Why should a guy watching someone hit someone else with the phone say it might have been over a phone? I don't know. I guess we could have said, hey, was a fight over the phone? I don't know if that would have changed. The motivation for this fight is kind of irrelevant. Like, did someone assault someone? Did someone need to go to jail? I know there are scenarios we can dream up where the reason for the fighting and issue can be really important. So maybe that's something to go over. But again, how much time do you spend when you're the only person on duty? For all intents and purposes, there's only one of us on duty. I'm required to go to every call the guy's on. So how much time do you spend on a call? You know, I work 10 hours. I give 1/10 of my day, one couple, and I have many other calls. The other calls that are going on, a guy laying in traffic, and that's more important to him that I come out and drag him out of traffic. All of these calls are important. If I had my way, I'd spend as much time as I needed on every call and make sure every call worked out right. But they want us to begin snapping fingers repeatedly, and we don't have the staff. I'm not blaming the department, but we don't have the staff. You explain Officer Robbins was valuable, how valuable it is to read the state code word for word. You have the statute for assault pulled up on your laptop and read it to Officer Robbins. With an unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. What website did you use to access this information? The Utah legislator website. Did you believe that at the time you read the entire definition of the assault to Officer Robbins? I believe I had. I also believe that when I got bodily injury, I went and looked up the state's definition of bodily injury to further expand on what the code is talking about. I hope I didn't miss a single word. Your question makes me wonder, but yeah, I thought I read the whole statute. What is your understanding of the various culpabilities as it relates to various crimes under Utah state law? Intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and criminal negligence. Some offenses, if you're going to be found guilty, require intent and some of them don't. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, or I wouldn't be doing this job. But generally, as officers, we go to the code book and we try and figure out if the legislator wrote that from the wording in there is one of the elements of the offense intent. From my understanding, there's certain crimes you don't have to prove intent. There's some statutes that explicitly say there doesn't have to be intent. He gave the example of a 27-year-old who went on a date with a girl who showed him his ID and proved she was 18. They wound up having relations and the state don't care. You could have done your due diligence to check her ID, but it could have looked real. Intent doesn't matter. And in that crime, you're going to jail and you're being charged with that. When you look up the code for assault, at least what I read, and if there's more that I didn't read, what I read to Robbins was my attempt with unlawful force or violence when he goes to explain the allegory of shooting a basketball through a hoop. It seemed to be when you use the word that intent is implicit in that. So I made the determination on the side of the road on this incident that part of an assault is intent. And that's why I gave the example earlier. What I read led me to believe, based on my experience, that part of assaulting someone requires an intent to cause them bodily injury. If you're attempting to do this, then I see it as, of course, there could be case law. I'm not a lawyer, but there are all kinds of reasons I could be wrong, but they don't require me to go to law school to be a cop. You're required to have a high school diploma or GED and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. So what I read tells me before they train you everything else, that code to me, the way I read it, she did have some intention to be guilty of the assault. Of course, of domestic violence is not the offense. Domestic violence is an enhancement on the crime of assault. So the first thing, assault, when we can figure out if they're domestic partner and see if it needs to be enhanced. I walked away from that, and I feel to this day Gabby didn't. I take her at her word. She did not. It was not her intention. It was not her intent. It may have been the result, but it wasn't her. It wasn't the motivating fact behind her movements. And so that's why I say, hey, I don't think we have an assault here. Pushing the envelope, sure. Riding an edge for real, yeah? Oh, thanks, Anton. I appreciate you. Dick's explaining it away. This is all guilty talk. We see perpetrators do it all the time, and here we are, right? I can't with him. I know it all, and I'm better than anyone type of personality. I know, I agree. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's really sweet of you. Thank you, BC girl. We're almost done with this. Thank you, number 7, for the super sticker. I appreciate you guys. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's what right. We know. At that time and still today, you consider attempt and intent to be synonymous. I don't know synonymous. They are different words. I'll give you that, but I don't. To this day, I still believe that if you attempt to do something, there must be implicit in that intent. Now, if someone tells me I'm wrong in that, or they show me the case law, or they got the lawyer that says they're not, that will always be the news to me today that it would have been then. Of course, if that were to come to my attention, I would adjust my future interactions because I have to follow up. I understand that. What is a culpability required for the crime of assault? He says, my understanding is to commit the crime of assault, you have to have the intention, and you have to have bodily injury, and it has to be unlawful. You have to be unlawful. You have to unlawful force or violence. These are elements. So I need all of them. I need the attempt. I need it to be unlawful force or violence used. And then I need the result to be bodily injury. And I think I need all three of those. I thought that then, and I think that now. One of the reasons I don't get bored in this job is I learn new stuff every day. Usually it's in court when a defense attorney schools me. Sometimes it's situations like this. At this time, I explained to Officer Pratt 4 culpabilities and their levels. I also read Officer Pratt the assault code in full. And he says, that does change things. I'm not going to say I haven't read the assault code many times throughout my career, and I'm sure I've read that before. You know, that second part, the part it has to be addressed. I would have actually taken time to read it and digest it like I did on the side of the road with the first part that I read, and probably I got sidetracked with bodily injury and went off to read the definition and neglected to scroll down. And if I did, that's a mistake, and it may have changed our decisions, but I can't say that even here now until I read it and really think about it for a few minutes, because I do take the act of putting people in handcuffs and taking their freedom and giving them charges very seriously. And I usually spend a little bit of time reading up on it first, then trying to figure out if it's going to fly. So yes, the second part you said, I would admit that could change what we decided to do, but I would still have to look it over and think about it. I'm so done with him. Yeah. You told Assistant Chief Palmer you were going to go reread the statute and see if it fits. After this, you determined that an assault didn't occur. Depending on Gabby's intent, you tell Officer Robbins that how Gabby answers the questions will seal her fate. Some may say you deliberately coached Gabby in your questioning regarding intent that would allow the investigating officer to avoid making an arrest, either by citation or custody. Do you recall the manner in which you questioned Gabby? If I recall, I told her not to answer quickly and to think about it, and it was important, and it would determine what would happen next. I think that's a fair thing to tell somebody. I think that's a fair thing to tell them. And some would say that's coaching, but that's assuming that a 22-year-old girl knew what answer I wanted her to give me. I don't recall trying to get her to tell me one way or another. I do recall her telling her to think about it because it's important, and I think that's a fair thing to tell somebody. Did you deliberately coach Gabby in her responses to your questions regarding intent? No, I had no idea what she was going to say. I hoped. So I ran a canine for a while. When I was running a canine, one of the things they taught us was you could cue your dog and you don't know you're doing it, because dogs will pick up on stuff that you do right before they find something every time, because they read your body language really, really well, because that's what animals do. I'll be honest with you. You know, as you put it in that way, this is the first time it's entered my mind that something I said coached her. And I could see why people think that. I truly did not think she was going to say what she was going to say next. I was afraid that she was going to say something that was going to make her go to jail. I didn't want her to go to jail, but I would have taken her to jail if she had said the other thing. I don't consider giving someone fair warning to think about that answer, because it's an important question to be coaching. Some people could see it that way, I guess. I don't think at the time I was coaching her at all, but I still think it's important that she understands, not just snaps her fingers to shoot out an answer. I think she should think about it. If I'm asking her questions, I want an honest answer. She needs to think about her motives. Most people don't know themselves that well, especially that young. I want her to think, what was your motivation? Like, why? That's why I repeated it like 3 times. I wanted her to tell me, like, for real, what was it? And I think she gave me a really honest answer. I think she gave me an honest answer. And I don't know how honest her answer would have been if I hadn't had her prepare herself for that question. Maybe I coached her into giving me an honest answer because that's what I was wanting. That's what I wanted. And honestly, that's haunted me. Her saying I just wanted him to stop telling me to calm down. She's little. I have daughters. I can imagine them in these situations. I think I can totally see one of my daughters just wanting someone to be telling them to stop telling them to calm down. I believe what she said. I believed it then. I still do. So hopefully the coaching I gave her was coaching to do some real self-reflection and give me the truth, and not, how could she know what answer I wanted from her? I don't know. Maybe it was that easy for her. Maybe I gave it to her that easy. I don't know. That's not what I was trying to do. I can tell you that. I think she gave me an honest answer. If she had given me an honest answer, then that I didn't think was honest, I would have said no. I just really believed her. I did. At this point, I pointed out that he did just that when she blamed the backpack for causing her injuries. He pointed out there was a witness that saw Brian hit her. Response: the biggest problem with the backpack thing didn't get addressed in that video is the mark on her arm and bruise. It's not from that day. It was clearly prior. It wasn't involved in this incident. And the thing about her face is, I don't know if you can see it on the body cam, the scratch to her face, the fingernail scratch was not significant. It was not deep. It was completely consistent with someone grabbing someone's face. And if they hadn't cut their nails, you can have a scuff. I truly don't think in a day that you could still see that. I still don't think so. Maybe 2 days or whatever. But the bruise, had it been a fresh thing, we might have had to push that a little more. But whatever lie that he or she or anyone says about to protect Brian or whatever, the bruise was not from that day. It was days ago. Wait, so there was a bruise and they saw that and they didn't think anything of that in itself? Not significant, right? In speaking with Officer Robbins regarding what to do, you tell Officer Robbins that you support him in whatever decision he makes, even if he goes as far as taking her to jail. If you didn't believe the incident rose to the level of assault based on how you interpreted Utah State Code, why would you be okay with and support Officer Robbins if he decided to take her to jail? Because it wasn't my job to make that decision. He was FTO stage 3. Last few weeks of his training, my job was to go there and make sure I observe what he's going to do, because there was a resource for him and he's supposed to be free to make the decision at that point. As long as it's not something like absurd, like taking Brian to jail would have been absurd. I'm sorry, unless there are laws for being a shitty boyfriend and gaslighting and taking advantage of people mentally and emotionally for your own reasons, which there's no law against it. Wow. So yes, I could have intervened at a point where maybe, I will give him credit. Maybe he could have convinced me that whatever happened back there rose to some kind of disorderly conduct. And maybe Brian needed a ticket for that. A ticket? But that's an infraction. So it's still not going to land him in jail. Even if I said, hey, I think it's important for Brian to get a citation too, he could have talked me into it. Sure. I don't think he has enough time and experience to get to those places yet. That's fine. But it wasn't like I was hell-bent on not charging Brian. I would have loved to. I saw him as a problem. I really did. But just because I don't call him out and amp him up, that's not my job. I'm supposed to de-escalate. I'm not going to say, hey man, you think it's cute saying crisscross applesauce. It's not my job to rile him up, get him all wound up and turn him loose to the world. That's not my job. I'm not 22, I'm 39. I've dealt with people like this my whole career. I used to work out of prison for 3 years. I know these kinds of guys. Brian didn't get away with anything for being cute, and Brian showed more red flags than a Chinese communist rally going on that he was a shitty boyfriend. I couldn't charge him. The fingernail thing, the way it was described by Redacted and Gabby, even if I didn't clarify it with him, that's not something I can arrest him for unless I lie on my PC statement or omit important facts. The only person I could arrest was Gabby. And the reason, to answer your question on why I support you, whatever you do, is because it's not my decision at that point in his training. I'm supposed to let him decide, and in the end of my shift, I go and write a report about what I think of his decision. That's the full effect that I'm supposed to have on him at that point, is to go and write, I disagree or agreed or whatever, as long as whatever he did wasn't insane. That's where he's at in FTO. He's supposed to make that decision. That's where he was at my job is to show up and be a resource and let him bounce things off me and be present. I didn't like that I had to even leave him. Unreal. Crisscross applesauce. I'm so sick of him saying that. Why is he arguing his decisions if they were correct? I know. Being biable, we're so mad. We're outraged. If you don't feel like the assault meets the code, if he were to take her to jail, you would have been supportive of that. And if you feel like that was violating her rights, you would have stopped that. Officer Pratt brought up the scenario. He talked about sending 100 cops to the call and 80 of them making a decision while the 20 made a different decision. He brought up again pushing the envelope and comparing the scenario as being on razor's edge. And in this type of situation, you have to accept that some people might not see things the way you do. The world can think whatever they want about policing. This is a gray area sometimes, and you have to live in a gray area. I wouldn't have done what officer so-and-so did, but I can see why he did it. That guy may have arrested someone and you didn't agree with it, and it goes to court and the judge and jury and everyone agree with the officer and found him guilty, and you can still disagree. And in some cases, you could have arrested the other guy and convinced the judge and jury to go with you on your side. Well, who was right? Well, it's not that easy, and I accept that. So would I feel right about arresting Gabby? No, not at all. Could I see many other cops arresting her? Sure. Could I see the other ones not arresting her? Sure. I have to be grown up enough to say that I don't always get what I want. And in this case, I would support my trainee in disagreeing with me and making an opposite call because I think it could have been substantiated. Sure, I think he could totally written his report that substantiated his decisions. So how could I not support him? What I can support is another officer making a different decision than me and then substantiating well enough to have done what they did that I don't agree with. What I can't support is if they do something that cannot be backed or substantiated. If he chose to arrest her, he totally could justify that. Sure. Would I have done it? No. And I hope that my report makes it clear why. But, obviously it's not like I wrote a report believing that it was going to be an intentional uproar, or I probably would have made it 5, 10, 15. Maybe I would have made a book out of the report because your supervisor says, hey, don't write a novel on these things. Man, maybe something like this, sometimes it should have been. Clearly, there's a lot of questions about what happened that my report does not sufficiently explain, or you would be like, hey, tell Pratt he doesn't need to come in. I read the report, all questions answered. You know what I mean? You told Officer Robbins to go full or nothing or somewhere in between and separate them. You further add, kind of give them a nod and wink like stay separated. It's up to you. What did you mean by this statement? I told him to tell her that. I told Robbins to tell Gabby and Brian to give them a week and they stay separated. Was I telling him to tell them that it's up to them, or was I telling him that it's up to him? Because I don't remember this. I could see myself telling him that it's up to him, but I could not see me telling him to go tell people they have to separate. Like, guys, you don't really have to. Now I can see telling him he can frame it. Here's a real problem we touched on. If you're not charging somebody, you don't have authority by law to separate them. So if this is domestic assault, we have to go all the way and you have to separate them and you have to charge them. One of them. If you're doing that, then you have to. If you're not doing that, like you're not charging anybody, but you're separating them, what Robbins needs to understand is, and not like something that we can enforce, however, if he can't tell that they're not going to separate and it's important to him that they separate, at that point, I would have charged Gabby. If I got the impression that the separation wasn't going to work like that from the get-go, this is bullshit. They're not going to separate. I would have arrested Gabby for sure. They needed to be separated. They had to. I can't imagine I was giving him permission to tell them they don't have to. But if he says it, I'm amazed. I'll go watch it. But I may have told him, hey, it's up to him, like how you handle it, whether, you separate or don't separate. I don't think not separating was ever on the table, but whether you charge them or don't charge one of them, if you charge a domestic assault, you have to do a no contact order. That's it. If you decide it's domestic assault, you do have to separate them. If I could see that, maybe I could give some insight into it. I'm racking my brain to try to imagine that I'd ever tell Robbins that he could tell them they don't really have to separate. Maybe it was because Gabby was so upset and about separating. I didn't feel that she was a threat to Brian's safety at all. At this point, I pulled up the video so Officer Pratt could observe his statements. I can't go back in my mind and know what I was thinking there, but I can tell you this. I did not believe for a second that Gabby was a threat to Brian's safety. And I think, obviously, history now shows he was a threat to her safety. If the more vulnerable, weaker person was the one at threat, like Brian would beat Gabby, or I was afraid Brian was going to beat Gabby that night, it is important, ... starts going off in a phrase, what it is to you. I don't know where that came from. I know my mindset at the time, she could hit him all she wants. If he doesn't have enough sense, look, if he doesn't want to get hit by his girlfriend and he doesn't have the sense to take the separation as to not get hit by her, he's a grown-ass man. She's not a real physical threat to him. And now we can see that clearly opposite. I thought he was an emotional threat to her. I thought he was a mental threat to her. I didn't know he was a physical threat to her. I really didn't. I thought that as much as she might hit him or slap him, there's only so much 105 110 pounds can do to a guy who's 165 or whatever, 5 inches taller. She doesn't have the physical strength to be a threat to him based on my observations that day. It's not like there was a gun or knife involved or something where I thought she was going to be a threat to him. And it's like, what is it to him if Brian decides to go back behind our backs and reunite with the girl who's slapping him? She's not a threat to him. So why should we as other grown men care so much if he's not got the sense to stay away? They would have arrested the guy in the suitcase, but they didn't know how he passed. Oh, yeah. Right. Right on novel. Now, when I said I give the wink to or the nod, I'm only speculating because I don't know what I was thinking, but it's either like, hey, you can go pick up your girlfriend because she's not a threat to you, but you can't say that. You can't tell them you can. You know, the truth is you can tell him he can't. It's not illegal if you're not charging her. Then you don't have a lawful right to issue a no contact. So if you want to say it in a way that makes it kind of obvious that you two can get out here, because that's not going to be able to hurt him. The only thing I can think of, but I definitely can't get back in my mind for 2 months ago now and tell you exactly what was going through my mind. I might have been thinking more about the next call I'm going on or just trying to get out of there at this point. What? I don't like what I said. No, I definitely don't like it. I definitely think that mindset I was in based on the whole conversation I saw was just reminding him and myself and everyone there, if they end up back together, she's not going to hurt him. It's not like a dude hurting a woman like what we know happened later, but I must add, more than half a month later. Without the ability to have hindsight, Brian just seemed like this really. I hate to say it now, it's going to sound horrible, but he seemed like a mental and emotional bully. Oh, now you want to say that. He just didn't seem like he didn't seem physical. He just didn't. And I clearly missed that huge red flag. If that was a big red flag, the world would see if he hadn't killed her and they released the body cam to the world and said, what do you think of Officer Pratt's decision? I wonder what they would be saying. I wonder if it would be clear, like he's going to kill her soon, or if they would say he's a mama's boy and should have gone to jail. He's a jerk. He's gross. He's gross. I mean, we're all doing this with the fact in our mind that we know what happened later. So it's really convoluted and hard to tell you like anything other than that. What I thought at the time, which was if I missed a big red flag that he was a murderer, then yes, I missed it. I didn't feel like she was a threat to him. And I didn't care if he ended up with the girl that was slapping him because I didn't feel like she was a threat by him. I guess I missed that one. It was one red flag that I did miss that was a threat when he was going to murder her. For sure, I missed that one. Or I could tell you, if I would have known he was going to murder her, if I would have taken a vacation to follow them because I care about people to the point where he was going to, and I would have intervened in citizens' arrest in Wyoming. I would have taken my own time. I would have missed my family to go do that. I'm desperately effed over the idea that she got killed. I really am. I would have done anything to stop it if I would have known that was coming. That time right there, I can tell you, I thought it was silly that anyone would take her seriously as a threat and we need to protect him. And it turns out I was right about that. I just didn't see him as a threat, and he ended up being. I saw him as an emotional guy, an emotional mental threat to her. I didn't see him. I thought he was a mama's boy. Maybe he was a mama's boy. Because he went home to mama. Maybe he was a mama's boy. Maybe I'm right about that, but I didn't know he was. I didn't think that guy had it in him. I mean, he would have taken a plastic water bottle. He wouldn't even take a plastic water bottle. He's drinking out of it. I didn't know, but later I learned he's drinking out of melons. But he did pull over on me. I did not know he was going to. Do we even know at what time, if he knew he was going to murder her? Did he even know? I mean, who knew? That sounds like an awful excuse for what I said, but that's all I can come up with from what I watched. Did you ever see any of the photos Officer Robbins took? No, I didn't see them. I didn't think I ever saw them. I think if I did it, it would have been on after he uploaded them. It should have been on the audit log. I don't recall looking at them. I might have. I told him there are no photos and that one was of issues. Officer Pratt asked, there's no footage of him taking pictures. I reply and say there is footage of Officer Robbins taking pictures, but the pictures were never uploaded and now they are gone. Officer Robbins stated he doesn't know anything about that, but did state that he had a similar issue a couple months ago prior where he took a bunch of photos on his work phone. He said he used the software that's approved that is on the work phone to take photos. The software is from Taser. He said he took the videos from surveillance on his work phone and met with one of the involved in the cases and pulled it on his work phone to show the individual, and the video was gone. He stated he had body cam footage of him recording that video on his work phone and it just disappeared. He said it only happened once and it was around the same time that this incident took place. He said he knew he recorded the video and he used a software he's supposed to use to upload the video photos. And a couple hours later, he met with the individual to show him the video and it was gone. He can't explain it and he doesn't know if it's a software issue or a bug that happened. But here, there's proof he took it and proof of him trying to pull it up and it was gone. Officer Pratt called Assistant Chief Palmer and gave a brief synopsis of what happened and said he told Gabby there was nothing he could do as it was all written in the statute. Officer Pratt, the last thing I can do is call a supervisor. There's a minor, this is such a minor, this was like a slap fight and injuries from a fingernail. I just don't know if it's worth the whole domestic thing or not, if it's going to get us in trouble if we don't do it this way. Yeah, I do remember, and I think he's a good supervisor for the way he answered. From what I recall, he pretty much reflects what I responded to. He was like, listen, either it's domesticated, you do the whole thing, or it's not domestic and you do the whole thing, or it's not domestic and it's not. But I think he was basically saying, I'm not there and I don't have all the facts. And that's what you're there doing. So if it's domestic, do it domestic. If not, then don't. And I think that's pretty much where he left it, which it sounds like really solid advice. Is there anything else you would think it's important to know or add to anything I've asked? I spent a lot of time going long answers, kind of wandering into the territory that I guess helpful or not answered some questions, or maybe it was too much. But anyone who hears the results of the case, your investigation, whether it goes the way one way or it goes another way, there's always going to be some people that are unhappy with it. And that's a tough position for you to be in. I know I don't know you, but I'm very comfortable based on these were tough questions. They were tough questions and I had to think a lot. And some of them I wasn't ready for. And I actually can't tell you that I know I meant, like for the video back there, I know I envy the position you're in. I thank you for doing it. Whatever you decide, whatever your findings are, I can tell from just that, the things, your questions you've come up with, you're intelligent and you're smart. You're going to do what you think is right. And I accept it 100%. He needs to shut it. One thing I want you to know, and anyone else who gets these findings to know, is I would do anything to change the fact that Brian unalived Gabby. I'd do anything if I could. I really could. I really would. I accept that if something wasn't done right, I accept it. And if it resulted in, even if it wouldn't have changed the outcome, but it wasn't done right, or even if I would have to, I don't think anyone can know that. I accept it. I want anyone involved in this case or reading a transcript down the line or hearing this, or whoever, a parent or anyone, I'm not skirting this. It is what it is. I accept responsibility for it. I don't want anyone to think I do not care. I have daughters. I do not want anyone involved to know that I talked to Gabby and I treated Gabby as much like I could fatherly, the way I would want another cop to interact with my daughter. Even if he got it wrong, I do care. I am devastated about it, and I'm sorry if the wrong decision was made, but I'm not trying to defend myself in saying this. I don't believe it would have done anything to change her murder except for Brian making the choice not to unalive her, but that's Brian's responsibility. My responsibility is that I do what I'm supposed to do, and just like Brian needing to take his responsibility, I'll take my responsibility with whatever the findings are. I accept it, but don't let anyone think I didn't care. I don't even want to complain because she's dead. Her parents are suffering forever. I'm tiny in all of this, but it's really tough. And I cared that day and I care and I still care. That's what I want everyone to know, is I do care. And I don't know how easy this is going to end for me. Like, I'm not talking about my job. Emotionally, it's not that easy. And I don't think the public gets that. I just don't know if they know we care. Don't know if they know. It sucks. It's more of a comment than anything else. But just so you know, man. Additional exhibits attached, and we did it. No freaking way. Wow. Y'all hung around. I'm impressed. Y'all are real ones. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Perhaps this dude's medication. Yeah, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to reach out to the police department and see what I can find out. I'm curious. Pratt the butt. I'd like to interview, right? Sounded more like a therapy session. Wow. What a great read. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm choking. Hold on. That was a great read. That was long. I've been on here for 4 hours. I'm shook. I didn't think that was going to take me that long. I see a lot of red flags here. Gabby to blame for Brian to protect him. He should have been in jail. Yeah. I think he's right. I think he probably experienced a lot, all of these officers, but I do think they failed and made mistakes. And I do think that the Petito family deserves all the money and anything they can get, because this is horrific and they definitely failed. Completely incompetent, self-righteous jerk. Right. Yes. Please remember to hit the like. Thank you so much for hanging out and being here. Oh my gosh. That was a lot. I know. Yeah. If he wants to prove he cares, he can try doing something about it, in my opinion. Right. I missed the whole thing. You've been reading that long. Yes. Thank you guys for being here. You're going to have to catch the replay and split it. Laura. Thank you, Kat Randall. Thank you for gifting. That was a lot of info. I know. I didn't know any of this. I'm excited that we got through it and read it together. Welcome, new members. All the new members, thank you for all the support, all the super chats. Thank you, Kat Randall, Pantera, all of you who gifted. Mary, I think Mary gifted. Augie, all of you. Thank you, BC Girl. Selective memory when you scrub. Right. I need to catch the replay in the first part. Yeah, so I did a deep dive. I did one first, and then yesterday I did the first part of this, and we reviewed Brian's medical examiner report, and we saw rare body cam footage. And then, hey, Jamie, and thank you, Mary D, for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Thank you. And we have so much more to go on the Gabby Petito case. I actually got access to all of it. All the files, all the court documents, transcripts, lawsuits, all of it. So it's going to be good. I haven't seen basically any of these documents. So this document was really long, and it was a document that was filed for the Moab Police Department to be investigated after a formal complaint of this case. Probably the Petito family filed that formal complaint. So it's interesting. There's a lot we learned there, right? About the cops in the case and everything. Thought that was good. But please hit that like on the way out. I will see you guys probably tomorrow. I know some people might be going live. Bring it out. Let's see it all. Yes. We will have Gabby Petito live for sure. Probably a few times this week. But tomorrow, I have a new case I'm talking about. I was going to do it tonight, but we've already been on here for days. Thank you, Austin. I bet no one else had that paperwork. I have not. I looked. Before I do stuff, I look to see what creators have put out there. I didn't see this. And I have a lot of documents that I don't think people have seen. So I'm really excited to go over those with you guys. And there's more body cam footage that we're going to show and all of that. So thank you. Yeah, it's been days. Anyways, I'm going to eat dinner, and I hope you guys have the good rest of your evening. I will see you in chats later, I'm sure. And then if not, I will see you tomorrow. We'll be back with more true crime. Thank you for being here. Thank you to all the people who donated and supported. I appreciate you so much. And I will see you on the next one. Bye.
So all they do is work, but nobody can hide once she gets a hold of that paperwork. So don't you dare come in here acting like a jerk. Dance might make her dance, but new court docs will make her wanna twerk. Dark hair shining in the Cali sun, Melly on the case, so no one and trying to run. You Sims can ask for feet pics, but you getting none. It's 𝗏 with Melly, let's have some fucking fun. So if you're feeling for true crime, like it's a drug, 𝗏 with Melly is your motherfucking plug. Going so hard on criminals, they'll call their mama for a hug. She's finding out all the stuff they try to sweep under the rug. Dark hair shining in the Cali sun, Melly on the case, so no point in trying to run. You Sims can ask for feet pics, but you getting none. It's 𝗏